It's 7 p.m. in Southern California, and time for the Thursday night DSTAR Roundtable for March 2nd, 2017. This is Mike N6HKH, your net control, and we're starting 1 hour earlier as promised or threatened, if you like to look at it that way. This is our new start time, and will be our new start time or continuing start time from here on out. So for those of you who were able to get to us beginning an hour earlier, congratulations. We'll probably gain some steam with those that didn't get the word and around 8 o'clock, and we'll remind them we start at 7, so hopefully we'll have a full crew by 8 p.m., but we've got a pretty good crowd going now. So just remember that this roundtable is held every Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I like that. On XRF002A and a constellation of X reflectors, which includes XRF310 alpha, XRF555A, and our multi-protocol reflector XLX212 alpha. This is a technical net dedicated to DSTAR and open source digital modes. Using a round-table format, we encourage discussion of topics of interest involving DSTAR, including questions and answers, expertise, and we examine various aspects of open source digital communications. Everyone is welcome to participate. Now, this roundtable is a group effort, so to join the discussion, start a topic, or ask a question, key up when I call for stations. Please remember to not quick key or tailgate. I will pause regularly to let you key up, and I ask that participating stations do the same. Now, we don't take formal check-ins or do a roll call to give us more time to talk DSTAR, but you are welcome to check in to say hello and let everyone know what's new with you and your DSTAR station. If you lose audio, please just wait. Audio usually resumes in a few moments. We ask that stations not key down to check their connection for chunking or starting to yell at me because you lost audio is not a good idea, because there may be stations still talking during your audio loss. So please just be patient and wait for the audio to return. Now, if you were talking at the time of the audio loss, I usually keep track of where you left off, and I'll tell you just that when I see you back online, and you can pick it up from there. Net control is online at our roundtable forum board. You can find it by simply typing in your browsers, your favorite browser's address field, just this, roundtable. It's all one word, roundtable.tech, T-E-C-H. Roundtable, all one word, .tech, T-E-C-H. There you can use the forum's real-time chat feature called the Shout Box to contact me, as well as to post information relevant to the topic at hand, such as links and quick notes. And we especially appreciate those stations which use the Shout Box. You don't have to join or log in, although that's usually best, but still, you can type in the URL, DNS, and other information to places and things and websites you'd like everyone to go to or that you're talking about, so that everyone can get the exact place, and we don't have to repeat it repeatedly, sometimes incorrectly. And this way, too, those that listen to the roundtable later on through the podcast or other recording can follow along by finding the link in the Shout Box and enjoy the fun as if they were here with us now. Now, you can also start a thread or post a reply in the various topic boards that we have in the Roundtable Forum board. Now, to do that, you'd have to join up or log in using your call sign. But that only takes a few moments to do so. Nothing bad happens. And becoming a forum member allows you then to be told when somebody replies to one of your posts and keeps you up to date on what's happening, if anything, with the Roundtable Forum board. So again, our URL, we make it easy, roundtable, all one word, .tech, T-E-C-H. That's all you need to type in your browser's address line. Now, if you're listening to the net, that is to the podcast of this net, You can follow along with us on the Round the Table forum by looking at the Shoutbox history, which is right above the general Round the Table discussion board. If you have a more modern or advanced podcast player, the Shoutbox history, that is everything that's posted, both that which scrolls off the screen, it only holds, I think, 20 posts, but the entirety of it is automatically downloaded. So you have it right there and don't even have to go to the podcast history. But all the Shoutbox, all the shouts or chats in the Shoutbox are kept, well, pretty much forever in the Shoutbox history. A good place to check out on the Roundtable forum board is the upper part of the landing page, which describes both the constellation of X reflectors, where to find them, how to link. There are some links to some guides about DSTAR reflectors, as well as information on the Broadcastify feed and the podcast feed, and it's a great place to go to learn a little bit more about this roundtable. So, without further ado, I think we'll get going. First up on the Thursday night DSTAR roundtable is 60 seconds of DSTAR basics. And tonight on 60 seconds of DSTAR basics, we're going to talk about something that is basic for those that are trying to get a dongle to use and to enjoy DSTAR, and that is, what do you use to run your dongle? Well, one of the favorite and probably preferred apps is WinDV, W-I-N-D-V, also known as DV Node for Windows, and it's currently in 1.5.8 beta 3 version. The problem is that Fred, P-A-4-Y-D-R, that runs it, is ill, and the website is currently down. So, for those that want to put WinDV to use, I posted on the Shoutbox where to find WinDV, aka DV Node for Windows, and when you click on that link, it'll take you to another section of the Roundtable forum that lists some of the various links, what we call contemporary servers, that are hosting versions of the Dutch DSTAR. It supplants what would otherwise be, Dutch .star. That's not the URL. Let me get the right one here. I don't know why I can't. It's Dutch-star.eu, which you would normally use to download the latest and to get instructions, but instead, use those links and download it from one of the various sources listed there. Northwest Digital not only hosts the latest version temporarily, they're not, keeping it current or trying to, be the promoter of Windows DV. It's just there for use, but they also have an excellent description of how to install it on various platforms. So if you have a dongle and you want to try out DSTAR, you want to run it using on your PC, or a tablet for that matter, WinDV is a great one to use, but you can't find it on the WinDV website, so you have to go to one of the temporary servers, and we posted that link, and that's 60 seconds or thereabouts of DSTAR basics. As usual, if you have any issues or would like to follow up, further comment on, if you think that I've misspoken or there's something not correct, sometimes I misspeak and give out bad information, feel free to key up and comment on it and let us know what the correct information is, because we don't guess here. We want to get out the facts and the correct information. So feel free if any time you want to talk further about or ask questions or get more details about what we discussed during 60 seconds of DSTAR basics, feel free to do so. N6HKH with the Thursday night DSTAR roundtable. Our next segment is announcements. Stations, well, and I kind of just gave an announcement, really. I'm just announcing that the Dutch-star.eu website is down and where to go. That would be a form of announcement. Any updates on your DSTAR reflector, repeater, things that are happening in your neck of the woods that you'd like to let everyone else know about. Maybe there's an upgrade to an app that you develop and run, and you'd like to let people know that they should go there and get the latest version. Anything like that is an announcement, although it could be spun into a topic. So, but we'll take announcements. Stations with announcements. Please key up now. Well, nothing seen or heard, although I am sensitive that we're starting a bit earlier, but let me see if I have anything in the announcement pile that, besides what I just talked about, and I don't. Nobody's brought anything of any particular urgency to my attention. I really haven't seen anything of any hot nature that would be an announcement. So we'll give it another shot to see if anyone has an announcement before we carry on here. So if you have an announcement, this would be a great time to do it. In fact, this is the time to give your announcement, frankly. Do so now. Please key up. W6KD. Hey, we welcome Don. Thanks for saving me in the announcement section. I hate to let it go by without at least somebody commenting about something. WB5EK, you welcome and go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mike and Annette, WB5EKU. I just wanted to, more of an observation than an announcement. I was in Anaheim this past weekend, and I was at K6PUW handheld, a rubber ducky. And it was, granted, I was in a hotel and I had a little altitude. I was up a few floors, but I was able to hit it, and I was getting it full scale. So that's pretty good. I was quite impressed. I think it was like a 70 mile distance there. K6PUW is the MMDVM wide area coverage machine on road is doing well. WB5EKU.
All right, Don, thanks for the update. Glad to hear it. Well, you're in a great spot. So those in the LA Basin area or the larger Southern California area within reason of LA, give K6PUW a try. There's plenty of information about it. Posted in earlier shout boxes as well as in the roundtable forum board, and it's fun to try out. And at present, it's linked to the constellation of X reflectors set for DSTAR. But otherwise, as with MMDVM repeaters, it has all the various digital modes, and you can use any of them one at a time. It's not cross mode. No MMDVM repeater to my knowledge is cross mode, but they're all available, except, of course, during the roundtable. And we like it, but we appreciate Don keeping it fixed exclusively to DSTAR so that those in the LA Basin can have the ability to listen to and even participate in the roundtable during the course of Thursday night. Stations with announcements, please key up. All right, nothing seen or heard, and certainly if you think of an announcement or if you're just a late arrival to the net and you've been listening but couldn't get in for whatever reason and you have an announcement, feel free to key up and we'll take it pretty much any time. So I wanted to start things a little bit differently tonight and ask stations who have questions or issues or problems related to radios, DSTAR operation, apps, and whatnot to key up and let's get them out now. The reason for that is that we usually take a break about midway through the roundtable to take those kinds of questions. Sometimes other nets that can't provide answers to technical DSTAR questions send those stations here to get those kinds of answers. And we've had varying amounts of, or varying degrees of successfulness in putting it on later on during the roundtable, but a suggestion came from, well, I got several suggestions that, hey, can we have like a question and answer session early on? And I said, no problem. But we better have stations keyed up with such questions and answers. So, if there's something you'd like to learn or know or research, or if you're having some difficulty, or if you just have a question relating to DSTAR, let's take you now. Please key up.
A0RX.
A0RX, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody in the net. This is A0RX. Recently, I took one of my pies over to a friend's house, and it's a UHF DV mega board on a Pi 2, and he's hooking that through a IV880H at his house, and he's been talking about when it comes to the repeater here locally, which is an all-star, from what I understand. He gets a stream of data that's complete. But now when he comes through the Pi that I made for him, he only sees the error rate percent and some smaller details of the data stream. So I'm wondering if it's particular to the 880H radio, or if it's a problem that I have to do in the image in settings or the radio 880H settings to get him the full information when it's streaming through the gateway. I hope that makes sense. AA0RX.
Well, I think it does. He's talking about the text at the bottom of the screen, and he's not seeing that. Do I have that right? Gary, go ahead.
Roger that, N6HKHA0RX. He's only seeing a portion of that information, and but when he looks to the local repeater here, he's getting all of it. And he thinks that I've goofed his board up somehow. He's still able to link everything, and everything works properly, but he's not getting the full data information that he would like to see on his end, and I'm just wondering if something I did wrong.
Well, I'm sure it is, but we can find a fixed station who can help out. Please key up.
K6JM.
I have W6KD and K6JM first, Bob. We thank you for being with us. W6KD, go ahead.
Good evening, Mike. Yeah, there's a bug somewhere that's been there for a long time. I suspect it's in the IRC-DDB gateway software, but I'm not sure. But sometimes it happens that you know, I've messed around with the transmit delay before, and sometimes that helps. There's a setting in the G4KLX or the IRC-DDB gateway config, or maybe in DSTAR repeater config. I don't remember which, but it allows you to set a pre-transmit delay that allows essentially it starts to transmit for a few hundred milliseconds prior to starting the data stream, so that the transmitter can stabilize and you don't end up clipping the beginning of the transmission. Sometimes that can help by setting that up towards the max. I think 300 milliseconds or so is the high end on that. So that allows so if you're hotkeying if the firmware is hotkeying the RF chip in the hotspot, that might explain it. But to be honest, it doesn't always cure the problem. There's something working about in the software there, and it happens from time to time. And so yeah, you get a transmission from the repeater, and you're getting the low speed text that has all the information, you go to your hotspot, and sometimes you don't. In fact, on the same hotspot, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it stops, and if you reboot the hotspot, it'll start working again. It's a little flaky, but I don't know that anybody's ever figured out exactly what causes that. Back on that, W6KD.
Well, thank you for that. Next we welcome Jim, K6JM. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know that I know the answer. If I had the problem, and I may not fully understand the problem, Gary, but if I had that, I would bring up the DSTAR repeater config program and go to the call sign, the very first tab. There's a hack setting. And I'm just looking right now, there appear to be three choices, off, BER, or status. And I'd probably put it on status and see if that made any difference. It may not. I may not fully understand the problem, so this may not be the solution, but it's certainly like one of the first things I do. That's all I've got. And if Bob is right that it's timing and it's missing that user text that comes through at the very beginning, that then it is maybe trickier to solve. But I'd certainly try Bob's idea also with the delay thing. Back to you, Mike, K6JM.
All right, Jim, thanks for your help. So, AA0RX, does any of that ring a bell, or are we missing the point? Or, I mean, it sounds like it could be a setting, or it sounds like it could be a bug, or it sounds like you need to throw it out the window and start. No, don't do that. AA0RX, go ahead.
N6HKH AA0RX. I will throw this thing out, but anyway, it's one of my original Pis that I had here. It was operating fine with the IE51A plus and the 51A, and there was a 7100. So the only difference is I put his call sign into the image, and he's working on an 888. So I will try those two things. That makes a lot of sense. And I'll get back over there and try to do some tech work for him. And I appreciate it a lot. I think that may solve the problem. Yeah, he's getting a bit error rate more frequently than a status, so that may be the ticket right there. So anyway, we'll fool all that and see if we can get that going. Thanks a lot for everybody's comments. AA0RX.
No problem. Appreciate the question. Stations with questions. We're in a question and answer session, doing that early on during the Thursday night DSTAR Roundtable. So, stations with questions, please key up.
AA0.
AA0RX, go ahead.
Yeah, I know it's me again. Anyway, AA0RX returning. I got a friend across the pond who is a good friend of mine. Anyway, he was mentioning that the Linux kernel on every distro was somehow corrupt or something like that. Does that affect this stuff in any way? And is everybody aware of that? And do people eventually do the sudo apt-get upgrade or update? I've stayed away from that per what I've read about my hotspot. I just don't do that. But he was talking about the kernel for Linux being corrupt worldwide and everywhere. And or is he just very paranoid? Does anybody know about that? AA0RX.
All right. Does anybody know about that? Please key up.
K6KD.
K6KD. Thanks, John. Welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Mike and Annette, John K6KD. I haven't heard that particular thing, but I would be, well, for two reasons, I'd be very wary of acting on that. First of all, there are a number of different Linux distributions that go through various degrees of error checking. Certain distributions are more experimental or more bleeding edge. Others are more stable. So you really can't make I haven't heard of any case where you could make a general statement saying that Linux kernels worldwide have a problem. Secondly, and I know this gets into Bob's domain with DSTAR Commander, and I don't know, this may apply to other images, but you do not want to, if you update a G4KLX image, you may break certain things in the image. So I would follow any instructions on that from the particular image developer. I'm pretty sure in Bob's case he does not. He doesn't look. You may break things. So anyway, back to you, Mike.
W.
Hi, John. Appreciate that. W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, I can pretty definitively say that every, like John said, there are lots of flavors of Linux and lots of versions of the kernel for each flavor of Linux. I mean, lots of different permutations out there, and to say that they're all corrupt, no. There may be some issues that are common to all of them. But yeah, the software is compiled for a particular build of the Linux operating system. And so if you do an update of the Linux operating system, it can break dependencies that the hotspot software has built in. It may not, but it can break those dependencies and drive the software unstable or make it just not work at all. So when I do the image builds, I do the update, and then I compile the program for the updated operating system. And you're likely to break things if you go mucking around in the operating system. And there's it's tested and stable in its distribution form. There's really no reason to go out and quote fix it if it ain't broken. So I highly recommend that you don't. Particularly for a Raspberry Pi based system that's not running. Nobody's running DSTAR Commander in conjunction with their company's finance and accounting system or anything. So if worst case there was a security hole and somebody blows up your Raspberry Pi, you go flash an image and reconfigure it, and you're back and running in 20 or 30 minutes. So it's not a tremendous risk anyway. But leave well enough alone would be my advice. And I would surmise that the guys at Western DSTAR and Maryland and other places that produce images probably feel the same way. You can go do it. I mean, you can do it, but don't be surprised if things stop working.
W6KD.
Bob, you kind of cut yourself off, I think. You said still working. Was that it, or did you have further? W6KD, go ahead.
Well, that was it. I said, don't be surprised if things stop working if you, quote, update the operating system. It comes as a turnkey package, configured and compiled for that particular version of the operating system, the kernel, and it's best to wait until the next version comes out, in which case you'll get another more, a newer version of that that's built on the newer operating system. But given the fact that probably all Raspberry Pi hotspots are running with, they're being used as a dedicated hotspot. They're not running other software. There's really no reason to hold on. I guess I dropped off, eh?
No, you said given the fact that, and then the station keyed up double with you, unfortunately took you out, picked it up from given the fact that. And then, which sounded like it wasn't much left to go. W6KD, go ahead.
W6.
All right, just hang on, everybody hang on. AB0CW, we got you. You're keying up, and it sounds like maybe your audio receipt is off because there's stations talking, but I got you. Please stand by. W6KD, go ahead. All right, let's just see where we're at. So W6KD, unfortunately, station keyed up again. And so let me just see if you're willing to finish up. If not, we've got K6KD next, and then AB0CW. So first, W6KD, if you like, go ahead.
All right, well, I'm monitoring myself on a monitor now to see what might be happening here. I got some kind of a watchdog timer error. I might be having some internet problems. Anyway, the short version is that you're not going to make your hotspot run better by updating, but you may well break it, so why bother?
Perfectly said. Thank you so much. K6KD, go ahead.
Okay, the only thing I was going to add on that is people might want to, change the root password, VNC password, and possibly even the SSH port and maybe the VNC port. But certainly well, I don't want to say certainly, but password, that is an option. I think in the DSTAR commander, it's in the instructions, not the quick headless instructions, but the more elaborate ones. But that involves either setting a VNC connection to the Raspberry Pi or connecting peripherals and doing some things in Linux. So anyway, back to you, Mike.
I got it, John. Thanks for that. AB0CW, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. This is AB0CW. Yeah, I apologize for whatever happened there. I actually wasn't even touching my radio. I had there was a new download for Blue DV. I'm using a Blue DV with a DV Mega. And apparently there's something not quite working right with that because it was doing some strange stuff because, like I said, I actually wasn't even touching my radio at the time. So anyway, that's all that was going on. Again, I apologize for causing any disruptions there. So back to net. This is AB0CW.
All right, Mark. Well, in the text it shows you're on a DV4M, and it's no big deal. It happens. And I have to admit that the DV Home and mini series have shown a propensity to occasionally transmit on their own, and that does come up from time to time, and I'm not sure if there's a solution other than waiting for a firmware update. But look, if you accidentally key up, we call it inadvertent key ups. It's no big to do. Just let me know. I'll take you off the list, but I'm glad you hung around, and you saw how we resolved it. We just let you know and then carry on, and thanks for being with us. All right, we're in questions and answers. If you have some help for the questions that you've heard thus far, We'll take them, or, and absent that, we'll take some more questions. Stations, please key up.
W6.
W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, like I thought I'd follow up a little bit on what John was saying. Internet security vis-a-vis, your Raspberry Pi hotspot. Probably not a bad thing to talk about. It's been a while. For most users, your hotspot's going to be behind a firewall, an SPI firewall. It's part of your router. So the risk is pretty low. Even if you left the password at default, as I suspect a lot of people do, in order to get to your Raspberry Pi, they have to come back through the firewall, your hardware firewall that's built into your router, and find your Raspberry Pi. So, that's, I won't say it's impossible to do, but it's not easy to do, and it's not common. But that said, and then second, if you're doing a risk assessment, there's not a lot of risk posed by your Raspberry Pi. Like I said, it's usually a dedicated, dedicated nano computer with nothing but your hotspot software on it. But somebody could load something malicious that does something on the rest of your network. So the possibilities are there. So it's always prudent to take the regular steps of changing default passwords. And there's a couple of them on a Raspberry Pi image that you probably want to change. One would be the lit password, and the instructions for that are in the documentation, at least on DSTAR Commander. And you want to change the root password. You want to change the VNC password, which allows you to remote in, using a VNC client, remote terminal software. And then of course you want to probably change the, just the user account. Their user account is Pi on a standard Raspberry Pi, and the password is Raspberry, and that's kind of standard. So if you change those three passwords, you're really more at risk of having somebody get into your network and look at your PC for your last tax return, or some document with your social security number on it, something like that. But so there's not a lot of risk there, but never hurts to be safe. W6KD.
We appreciate that, and that was actually a topic that I picked up from a discussion, I think either last week or perhaps the week before, where there was a suggestion to talk about the best engineering practices to protect yourself over the internet from hackers and spammers and other ne'er-do-wells on your devices, and for that matter, even reflectors and routers, including, firewalls and ports that ideally should be changed as well. So it's a great discussion and a great topic. Let me call for stations who wish to add to that or might have questions about issues they face or have faced in keeping their hotspot secure, or finding that it wasn't, and perhaps a way to take care of business. Stations, please key up.
A0RX.
A0RX, go ahead.
A0RX returning. I appreciate that very much, and the advice. Recently, I didn't do it at first, but now I've changed the root password in my Pis, and I thought that might be prudent to do. And I'm going to go ahead and change the other part of that as well, per W6KD's instructions there. But it's just good to keep safe, and it's good to answer these questions and go over them once in a while, because when I first got my Pis, I just kind of left them wide open, how they came out of the box, if you will, and I wasn't concerned. Now, like you say, I don't have a tax return on my Pi, or anything like that, so I'm not too worried. But if I see a problem there, I just reflash the image and go ahead from there. But it is nice to have everything, have a password in there in case somebody wants to fun around in there or do something. Who knows what, which is crazy. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, and thanks for the advice and the information. Appreciate it a whole lot over here. Back over to that control N6HKH from AA0RX.
3, 6, N, 6, 8, 3, 8. Okay, Mike, I guess there was a brief process of key ups. The last thing you said, I don't think got to 310 reflector, but that's fine right now. I was just going to comment on one thing said about the tax return on your Pi. The issue, I mean, it's not a significant issue as Bob described, but the issue is if someone were to get into your network, then presumably they could get to your other computers on the network where you just might have TurboTax, or you might do online banking, and the odds are very remote, but people could install keystroke trapping software, and so it's just it's not just securing your Pi, it's really securing your whole network. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, and by the way, thank you for letting me know that I wasn't making it across the constellation. There were a number of key-ups, and I did catch WB5EKU, but there could have been many others, and I will grab them here after we go to Bob, go to Don. But, it's a worrisome thing. I mean, my junk folder with spam, it grows every day, and it's just unbelievable how clever many of these messages are from FedEx and UPS and all kinds of places. From Google, Gmail, Microsoft saying, "Hey, we got a message pending for you. We have a package. We need the confirmation." And to the uninitiated, it looks like it's something that is real, but of course those who ship with FedEx or who use Gmail and those other services, they know better. But a lot of people don't, and it doesn't take much, and it's just tough. You got to be on your firewall, your antivirus software has got to be tip top, and you just can't cut corners and do bargain basement. You're going to have to pay for something, in my view. And the free stuff, well, I guess it works. It's better than nothing. It is free, and there's not a lot to be said for it. But I carry on with you instead from those who probably know more than me. Next up is WB5EKU. Go ahead.
Okay, Mike, N6HKH and WB5EKU. No, I just wanted to agree with John and Bob. And one of the first things I do when I put an image on a Pi or a BeagleBone or whatever is I go in and change the root password and the user password. If it's got a VNC on it, I change the VNC password also. I also, as a rule, change the SSH port. Just for a little extra protection, you're right. You don't have a lot on there. I mean, if they get into a Pi with a G4KLX or whatever, or DSTAR Commander. I mean, you're not going to really get anything. But if it does somehow have access to your network, then it is possible to sneak in and grab something. I mean, the basic design of a computer is to give out information, not to not give it out. But anyway, no, it is a rule of thumb. One of the first things I do is change that. And I think everybody should be a good operational device that you should use. You should go in and not leave it open. There are too many things out there that would love to grab your computer. W6KD WB5EKU.
W6.
Indeed. Thanks for that, Don. W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we could have a little bit of a discussion about, home internet and wireless security. I don't know if it's necessarily outside the bounds of the net, but there's a number of things that are certainly applicable to folks using their hotspots, whether that be a Raspberry Pi or whether you're running a dongle on your home computer or whatever. But never hurts to understand in a little more detail how the components in your home network or whatever work or don't work, depending on how you configure them to keep the bad guys safe. John and I have been experimenting with X reflectors for years now, and we have a fairly significant number of virtual machines that we use to test configurations and stuff. And when we stand one of those things up, there's a certain protocol that we go through, changing the SSH port and doing other things. And if you don't, it doesn't take but a day or two, and you'll see 3,000-4,000 attempted accesses coming from Chinese IP sites, Chinese IP addresses, or Russian IP addresses, or Ukrainian IP addresses. They tend to come from out east, and not by the tens and twenties, but by the thousands. And so they're certainly out there. But yeah, if we're out of topics, if we want to diverge a little bit, we could talk a little bit about that.
N-1-B-O-T.
All right, everybody just hang on for a moment, please. All right, N6HK. All right, I think we've got things back in order. We're recognizing M1DOT. I got you. I also have M6 MED. And let me call now for stations who keyed up in one of the last two flurries of key-ups, and who I have not yet recognized. Not yet recognized you. If you keyed up and I haven't called your call, please key up again. Do so now. All right, nothing seen, so let's look at what we have. Next up is Ken, M1DOT. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead.
FYI, Mike, anybody of those guys that are running TV Megas, Goose Van Doren released a new firmware. Look for 3.14. Okay, and when run with MMDBM host, that firmware allows auto mode switching. And it just so happens at the same time there's been an update for BlueDB for Linux, BlueDB for Windows, and BlueDB for Android. That also allows auto mode switching. So what you can do is you can start the connect the DB Mega to the computer or connect it to the Android with a Bluetooth and connect to all three networks. And you can have all three networks connected to somewhere. And the
Well, explain that a little bit further, Ken. I'm not quite sure I follow you. M1DOT, go ahead. M1DOT, copy, N6HKH.
I can hear you.
M1DOT.
Okay, I think you just cut yourself off a bit, but I want to make sure I understood this. So for the MMDBM, I'm sorry, for the the UDB Mega, is that the one you're talking about from Goose, the new firmware? That's causing what again to happen, Ken? I wasn't quite able to follow that. It could be me, but can you take it a little bit further in when the DOT go ahead? All right, nobody seen or heard from Ken, and M1DOT just don't double, but if you think you got it resolved, then just key up and we'll get you back in here. Next up is N6NUD. Craig, thanks for joining us. Go ahead.
Hey, Mike. Hey, good evening. Good evening to everyone on that. Just a quick observation. I'm having issues hearing W6KD. Some of his transmissions just don't come through. I was on 555 Alpha. I switched over to 002 Alpha, and now I heard Ken once. I can't hear Ken anymore, and I'm just kind of curious. Mike, I'm hearing you over transmission, but am I the only one experiencing this, or is there something else going on? It could be my network, could be my Wi-Fi or internet, but I'm kind of doubting it, and so I'm kind of curious if it's just my station or if it's something that everybody is observing this evening and just hadn't really mentioned it there.
So we on originally 555, is that right, Craig? Go ahead.
Correct that. I started out 555. I heard a couple of W6KD's transmissions. His whole transmission about the security, I didn't hear anything about that. And so then I switched over to 002, and then that's the minute I switched over to 002, I heard you say everyone's going by. I heard Ken make a transmission, and that's it. But is it just me, or I mean, are other people experiencing the same stuff on 555 there?
No, it isn't just you. I monitor 310 and occasionally 555, and what happened was, for reasons that are not clear, stations that were on those two reflectors did not hear me, even though I showed that I was listening to myself, like I just am doing now in the background. I don't leave the audio up, but I look at the screen to keep track of things. And anyway, the doubling that took place when I was transmitting, in other words, stations just didn't time it right. It happens. It's no big to do. But it bumped the link from XR002 Alpha that I am using right this moment, and have been, you know, that's the base reflector I use to run the roundtable. It kicked 310, and it may have kicked, and obviously did 555. And so there was a period of time when I did transmit, didn't know I wasn't making it outside of this particular reflector, and I had to. That's why I called for the standby. So you heard the same thing I did. You had the same experience, and if you came over to XR002, you heard me because that hasn't gone down. It's just the links were interrupted during a series of doubles. Which were stations just wanted to get in to talk, that if you've been listening on 310 or 555, for a brief period you may have been disconnected, not directly, but there was no audio being transmitted. So I think it's cleared up now, and I'll accept somebody else's explanation of this if they want to key up, but it's not you. Now, NMDOT is a bit different because he didn't come back, even though he should have heard me, and then his last transmission was broken, so he may be having an internet problem on his end. And, of course, we can't account for internet difficulties that may lie at the individual stations or for the internet feed to particular repeaters connected to reflectors. So you're fine. Let me, though, check to see if anyone else has anything else to offer on this before we proceed. Please key up.
N1DOT W6K WE5EKU.
I have N1DOT, W6KD, WB5EKU. I'm going to take W6KD out of order. Ken, stand by. Don, stand by. W6KD, go ahead.
Disregard if Ken's back. I was just looking. I didn't see his repeater linked up anymore, so it looked like, yeah, maybe an internet problem or something. Anyway, I don't really have anything more substantive to add, so back to that.
Okay, N1DOT. Welcome back. Go ahead.
When I got dropped by my internet connection, I was saying that Goose Van Duren came out with a new version of the firmware. It allows you to set up a hotspot with automatic mode switching. And right now currently supports MMDBM host with automatic mode select. It currently supports BlueDB for Linux, Windows, and Android. Which means you can have the application running on Windows, the BlueDB app running on Windows, Linux, or Android. You can have it simultaneously connected to 3 networks. Same thing with MMDBM host properly configured. And you just pick up a radio, and the DB Mega will automatically detect the appropriate transmission type and send it to the appropriate network. That's a new addition that they've added from when they come out with 314.
5KU. But I just went on the GOS's website and I see that it is released, and I'll have to load up my Mega with it and play with it and see. I just hope the manual is updated also. But thank you, Ken, for letting us know that there is a new release of the firmware. Mike, that's all I have. WB5KU.
Okay, and I think now that has been, everyone else has been alerted, so if you want 3.14, go get it. And we'll have to see what people think of this automatic mode switching, and if it correctly finds where you want to go, and what happens when you want to lane DSTAR, but it takes you over to, let's say, P25. So we'll have to see how that resolves itself. All right, let's just loop back for a moment. I wanted to not let the internet security and so-called best engineering practices of protecting your hotspot go by without seeing if stations have further information, comment, and suggestions, or if you have questions. If this is a problem plugging you and you'd like to plug a hole in it, speak up and we'll see if we can get you some help. So, with regard to that topic, and we'll move on and catch up with the other stuff that has kind of spun its way around here. But for the stations, please key up.
W6KD.
W6KD, go ahead.
Before I get started here, how much of my last transmission got through where I was talking about thousands and thousands of attempted hack attacks by Chinese and Russian IP addresses when we stand up a new test reflector or something on one of our VPSs? I'm not sure any of that commentary made it through because that's kind of when we started having some issues there. And I think I've been having some intermittent internet problems here, so that may be the cause of some of the issues. Is my stream appearing and disappearing and appearing and disappearing because of internet problems. Anyway, I'm monitoring it now on a backtalk channel on a dongle, and it appears to be working okay. But did any of what I said before get through?
And actually, now that you've said there was more to it besides thousands and thousands, I just assumed that you had unkeyed, and that's when I had some doubling come across the line. So, no, we did not get that. And we'll stand by for you to carry on from there. W6KD, go ahead.
Okay, well, the good news is that most home users don't experience these problems because virtually all consumer routers now have a fairly, I won't say bulletproof, but close to it, firewall built in. It uses a technology called SPI, or Stateful Packet Inspection. And the basic gist of it is that if you don't do anything special, your firewall won't let anything come in from the outside into your network unless you have first opened a hole through the network outbound. For example, when you connect to a website, when you make a VoIP call, to somebody, in each case, some device on your net behind your router and behind your firewall is sending traffic out, and it goes out on a particular port. And the SPI algorithm says, okay, a computer on this network just contacted, www.amazon.com's website, and now traffic coming back from Amazon.com on that port, that IP address and port, is automatically routed back through the firewall to the originating machine. And after a certain time period elapses without any traffic, traffic. If there's no traffic going through that open hole, it closes it back up, and that works pretty well. In fact, that's the cause of a lot of heartburn for those of us doing DSTAR in some cases, because for DXtra, for example, DXtra tries to come in on port 30,001 to your whatever device is running DXtra, and it always comes back to port 30,001. And anyway, I don't want to get too far down in the weeds, but usually when you go out from a device behind your firewall, it goes through a net address translator that takes the port number that you're going out on, which is 30,001, and changes it to something else, because only one device can use the IP address and use any particular port on your IP address that looks out to the internet, what's called your outward-facing IP address. Let me change hands. So anyway, it works pretty well. In fact, sometimes too well. Sometimes, like if you want to have a hotspot run DXtra, you have to explicitly go into your firewall and tell it to open a hole inbound on port. So anything coming into port 30,001 goes to this particular box. And that's how you get DXtra to work, and you only can get it to work for one device behind your firewall that way. There are thousands of bad guys out there, and they're out there scanning for computers on the internet. And if you're a home user with a standard router with an SPI firewall and a net address translator, you're probably not going to see much, if at all, of any of that, because it does a really good job of blocking that stuff. There are some things you can do, though, is that most routers are configured so that they don't answer, for example, ping requests or ICMP requests, which means that when some Chinese hacker, or I'm picking on the Chinese here, but when some hacker out there in the third world somewhere goes out scanning for places to get into, if he does that usually by sending out a flurry of pings and looking to see what comes back. And the standard configuration for these firewalls now is to not even respond to a ping request. It'll just drop it, act like it didn't even get it. And so there's no answer back, and therefore the hacker doesn't even know that there's a machine sitting there at that IP address. In some cases, though, you need to tell your firewall to do that, to drop ICMP or ping requests, and it's something that, if you're lacking something to do on an afternoon, you might take a look at the manual or whatever for your router and see if it in fact does that. I'm going to change hands again. Now, as far as Wi-Fi security, there's usually two levels of security. There's password protection, and we're all pretty much familiar with that. In fact, if nearly all home Wi-Fi routers use some kind of a password. You've got an SSID, which is the name of your network, and then you've got a password for it, and that protects the traffic that's going across that's whizzing through the area. You're actually using a radio transmitter, and you're squirting all that data out into the air. It doesn't go very far because it's on microwave frequencies, 2.4 or 5 gigahertz. But it does go for a ways, and if you're in an apartment block or something, somebody could be listening to it. And so that prevents your traffic from being read, at least by low technology actors. If the NSA wants to read what's going across your network, that's not going to stop them. But the second level, a lot of people don't use this, but it's a really good idea, and it's called MAC address enumeration. And there's some other names. It depends on whether you got a Linksys or a Netgear or whatever kind of router. And that allows you to go into your router and set it up so that only devices with known MAC addresses, and the MAC address is a series of numbers that is associated, it's coded in the hardware. It's actually written in firmware in each wireless network device. So every Wi-Fi dongle that you use on your Raspberry Pis, the network devices in your phones, everything, they all have a unique MAC address. And you can go into your router and you can give it a list of MAC addresses and tell it to only accept connections from the people on this list, or from the devices on this list. And that prevents somebody else from even connecting into your network at all. If they have to be very sophisticated to be able to clone and duplicate to spoof a MAC address. It's doable by, again, high-tech actors. But the kid in the apartment next door or whatever isn't going to be able to do it just routinely. And so you probably want to use both of those on a Wi-Fi, especially if it's something that you take around. If it's your jetpack that you haul around with you, or if you use a hotspot on your phone, you probably want to make it so that random passersby or the guy in the office block next door or whatever can't connect in. And so you want to set a password on it. And you want to set it for MAC address enumeration so that only your Raspberry Pi or only your laptop or whatever gets to connect to it reset. And that's the basics there. So the good news is the standard consumer stuff is actually pretty good, but it never hurts to take a look at how it's set up and how it works and do a little reading up on it. Just for example, that ping drop. That makes you almost invisible to the hacking universe. They won't even try to get into your system because they don't know it's there. Whereas if you have an older router that may, before they figured this out, respond to ping requests, then the minute they hit it, they know there's a computer there, and now they try more sophisticated things to get to your firewall. But anyway, it's a mostly good news story, but it never hurts to, it never hurts to take a look at what you're doing and make sure it makes sense. So W6KD, back for that.
All right, Bob, appreciate that. Well done. So, ping drop, is that a feature of modern routers, or is this an app or some add-on that, we should look for? W6KD, go ahead.
That will be an option built into the router. It's ping, P-I-N-G. It's a standard feature where you can you essentially send what's called an ICMP request packet to the target device, and if it's there and answering, it'll send you back a reply. And it's used in a lot of cases. It's used to measure, for example, latency across an internet connection. So if you want to know how long it's taking for your data to get from you to them and back, it'll give you 73 milliseconds to make the round trip or whatever. There are uses for it, or just to check that a system is still there and answering the mail. But it can be used nefariously too. Usually, most home routers are automatically, in fact, probably virtually all of them now are set to drop ping requests unless you go in and change something. It's going to be a configuration option in your router if you have any control over it at all.
Got it. I'm taking a look at some of the routers that you can buy on the various shelves at Best Buy, Staples, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like there's new packaging, a new updated router about every 2 weeks, and so it's difficult to tell, but that's something that's important to look forward to because it's difficult to understand or to just say keep in mind what router options and features you should be looking for, especially in a smart Wi-Fi router. And it doesn't take very long for something that was currently marketed, especially by Netgear and many of the other makers. They come out with a new model, sometimes just one digit off, sending it once a month, and then the old one you just bought is now all of a sudden half price, and you go, well, man, what am I missing out on? Is this some way of getting me to, buy a new one? But, they all seem to try to address, in part, security issues, and so knowing what features for your particular LAN and Wi-Fi setup are important when shopping for those things. Thank you, Bob. All right, stations with responses or further questions, or if you'd like to pose a particular security issue, or if you just would, for that matter, if you'd like to further comment upon, what you've heard, let's take you now. Stations, please key up.
W6KD.
All right, W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, one follow-up comment as well. Even though your router may be well designed, most of them give you the ability, if you try hard, to lower your shields. And I'm sure that more than a couple of parents have found out that letting their kid on the computer or into the router in order to play online games, a lot of times, I've seen this a number of times where you have a game server or something for a particular game, or a group of a group of guys that gets together to play some online game, and the recommendations or the requirements for you to be able to get in and work involve, most of these routers have what they call a DMZ, demilitarized zone, like in warfare. If an inbound packet doesn't match any of the other port forwarding requests, send it to this computer. In other words, it opens the entire world to whatever the designated computer is. So if somebody if somebody takes your home computer that's got your Quicken files or your tax, your TurboTax or whatever on it, and they're playing, I'm not going to pick on Call of Duty. I don't know that one even does that. But if they have, in the process of setting up to play their online game, configured your router so that all inbound traffic to your router goes to that computer, well, guess what? Your computer's answering the mail, and every hacker in the hacker universe gets a shot at it. So, the router's well designed, but like I said, it's not a bad idea to look under the cover every now and then to find out what you got going on there, especially if you got kids in the house, because, they play with it and maybe, don't even know what they're doing. So, anyway, back to that, W6KD.
More important points. Thank you, Bob. Stations, please key up. All right, nothing seen or heard. This might be a good time for those that are just tuning in, thinking that, well, Mike is running through his script that starts the round table, and usually that takes a couple hours to get through, so I'm just going to turn on now, and instead they're hearing the round table as if it's marching through its usual midterm paces. Well, congratulations for joining us, but you're about an hour late. And it's because we started the roundtable tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific. We've now been running about an hour and 18 minutes. And that's because we decided it would be better to start it an hour earlier to let those that are in time zones other than in the Pacific time zone, where I sit here in California, to be able to join us, and to stay up a little bit later and not necessarily doze off as we would march through what would be midnight here, and certainly 2, 3, and 4, and who knows what hour overseas in the morning it would be. And we hope that this is good for everyone. It looks like we're gaining a number of stations here around 8 o'clock or so. So set your calendar, if you do that, for the nets that you like to listen to or participate in. That for this one, the Thursday night DSTAR Roundtable, we're going to restart it to 7 p.m. from now on out. And it will always be 7 p.m. Pacific, regardless of whether it's standard, daylight, or otherwise. So that is why you may be joining us midterm, because in fact you are. Although it's not really the middle, we're not even quite to the middle of this. So, and that I hope will wake everybody up. So, let's see if there's anything further on internet security and protecting your hotspot from the outside world, and if so, let's take you now. Please key up. Alrighty, nothing seen or heard. Appreciate K6JM posting information about the Linux-wide flaw that was a topic or question that came up earlier tonight. And he also, thankfully, put up the dashboard and website for K6PEW for those that are using that multi-mode or MMDVM multi-mode digital repeater that has been running like gangbusters since it was powered on after bench testing about a month or so ago. And certainly be sure to use the shout box to your advantage. You don't have to, post there just for the sake of posting, but anyone with a suggestion for a topic, if you've got a link, if you want to, quickly and quietly add to the discussion by using the shout box, feel free to do so. And everyone should keep their eye on it, much like I do. Roundtable, all one word, .tech, T-E-C-H, roundtable.tech, T-E-C-H. That's all you have to put in your favorite browser's address field, and it'll take you right where you need to be, and the landing page includes the shout box, our version of the chat room, so to speak. It's actually just a chat feature. All right, we were actually started out on questions that people have generally about DSTAR and other open source digital modes, and we got through a few, and I'm not sure if there were other stations with questions that they'd like to have discussed, answered. Maybe there's a feature of a new radio that just either should be there but wasn't, or there's a feature that you've tripped upon that is just amazing that doesn't exist in any other radio. That's good for a topic, but generally still, we like to hear if stations have questions. So, let's see if there's any more on that. Please key up now.
A0RX.
A0RX, go ahead.
A0RX returning. I just thought it'd be prudent to bring up the Kenwood 74 Alpha issue. I talked briefly with Bob at about 5 minutes before the net started. If anybody else has the issue, then they have some answers for me or for somebody else. I did work on, I was on Ham Nation last night in the text area there. I talked to W6KD Bob, who's tried and true, tested this Kenwood 74 Alpha out. So far, from what I see in there, there's no way to, like if you're working it with a hotspot, and you transmit, you can select to transmit. So, for instance, XRF 720 Charlie, that's the local Colorado one here, and link it. And it will do the command. But in the transmit history, it doesn't save that information. At least there's nothing in there that I've seen. What if anybody hasn't had that same issue and or knows about that? But so far, the Kenwood 74A will not save. You can probably program the reflectors into it, but I'm not speaking of that. I'm talking about like the ID51A Plus or the 5100. After you transmit into reflector, it will save that flash transmit history, and it makes it very handy to be able to access reflectors that you frequent that are not necessarily programmed into your radio permanently. And that's probably very verbose, but that's the issue with the Kenwood 74 Alpha for me.
Okay, so are you talking about like a transmit history or receive history, RX history, TX history that you can find in just about... All right, I'm sorry about that, but we had some more bubbles come across the screen, and I'd like to pause to allow time for the reflectors to relink if that was a difficulty anyway. So, Gary, you talking about transmit history receive is you have to turn it on, or it doesn't exist as a feature, or is it receive history? I'm not quite clear what, if that's what you're talking about. Back to you, A0RX, go ahead.
Yeah, let me clarify that. I've got the Kenwood on right now, and if you hit the F button and hit mode, it'll go into a function menu, and then you can select to direct input. And if you go down to direct input in that menu system, then you can actually put XRF720, or you can put in REF006 alpha, any of the ones there that are not necessarily programmed into your radio, but you can input the data there. However, after you do that, you can do that on a 5100 or a 51 plus ICOM. It'll save the transmit history, and therefore all you have to do is go back to the transmit history and key up, and then it'll take you back to the reflector you may want to operate on. So it's not programmed radio reflectors. I know I can program in the radio. It's that handy feature in the ICOMs that remembers that data. There is a transmit history. I'm on the dashboard now. Transmit history. When I select that, it comes up with no data, and it's a little aggravating, and maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I did put the question to W6KD Bob, who has been trying to, really work out the bugs in this Kenwood 74 alpha. Anyway, hopefully that makes clarity or confusion either way there. A0, all right.
Well, I mean, there is a difference between transmit history or RX history but versus call sign capture. Normally, call sign capture is off because unless you're doing call sign routing, you don't want to capture the other call sign. You just want to keep it set to the repeater or reflector that you want to use. But without me, continuing to pick around this, because I may be, looking in the wrong area and have my mind focused on something that is other than what you're describing. Let's just let stations that have listened to your issue with the D74 and to key up and tell us what they think the problem may be. So, stations, please key up. Well, didn't get any responses, at least none that I saw. So it is possible that it's not abundantly clear, but so you are, let's say, talking to another station on a reflector, and you want to capture that station's call sign and then put it to use later on, which ought to be in the RX history, but you don't see it there. Or is it that you want to, capture that station's call sign and go direct, avoiding the reflector or repeater? Maybe give an example of how you wanted to operate. Although it seems to me there's missing from the radio, or there's a feature not turned on that would be on by default, let's say in the ICOMs. It's not on by default in the Kenwood that turns on the receive history, where you could then scroll back through and say, here's this station, here's this whatever, and then away you go. So maybe you can clarify it a bit, and we'll see. We'll give it another shot. But otherwise, maybe something for someone to, power through the D74 owner's manual and find an answer. I wish I had that HD. I need to go down and buy one right away because I'm getting lost in these discussions and it's not fun. Anyway, A0RX, go ahead.
Yeah, Roger that. Let me clarify that. No, I am not discussing if you're talking and having a QSO with some call sign that comes through the screen, and so you can capture him and then call sign route. I don't do that. but I am familiar with that. I don't do that. This is specifically if you take the ID 51A Plus or the 5100 or the 7100, all ICOM radios, and if you input manually a reflector that you do not have programmed into it, such as, I'm just using this for an example, XRF 720 Charlie here in Colorado, once you kerchunk that, it links your Raspberry Pi or do that to that, and also the radio saves that information, so that if you go to another reflector and are talking to some buddies or whatever, you want to come back to 720, you just go to transmit history and it puts the information in there without you having to manually select each character each time. ICOM radios do that, and it's a very good and handy feature of the ICOM radios. The Kenwood 74 Alpha does not do that. There is a transmit history. I'm looking at it right now, and it's a retransmit history. That it does not save reflectors, and so I've been going through it myself, trying to find out where I may have something checked off, and I've also forwarded that to W6KD Bob, who was one of the first guys that got one of these radios, and I sent him an email, but I don't think he truly understood what I was mentioning, because his email came back kind of gobbledygooky, for lack of a better term. But anyway, anybody else out there have a problem? It'd be nice to figure that out, but it's a great radio. Don't sell it short because it's too expensive or something. It's a great radio. AA0RX.
363B.
All right, I was just going to call for D74 owners to get in the middle of this, and, well, there's one right there, K6KD. Thanks for saving me. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm saving anybody. I've never thought about that feature. I haven't used it on the, or looked for it on the D74, so I can't directly comment on that. But it is, you know, the way I use it, I typically have things programmed in my memory that I want to use. But if I don't, I have the keypad, you know, for DTMF. So, you know, I'm not making an excuse for the Kenwood. I've been critical of the Kenwood radio for other things, so I'm not, you know, I'm not just a blind fanboy defending it. But, you know, if you compare that with the ICOM HTs, I would, you know, not having a history is, to me, not a big deal, because I can, you know, I can key in. It's very, you know, you don't need leading zeros. You know, it's very quick keying in DTMF. So, so for me, I wouldn't be using the transmit history even if it were there. I'll back you, Mike.
All right, John, thanks for that. Other D70 owners, can you help out? If so, please key up. Well, we'll see how that progresses. I didn't see any responses there, but, you know, sometimes it takes the radio to be out for a while. All right, any further questions or issues that you'd like to pose before we move on to some specific devices? And also I have some help questions from stations that couldn't be with us tonight that are going to be listening to the podcast later on. They asked me to pose the questions. I'm happy to do that, but let me see where we're at. Stations with questions or traffic, or if there's something you need to bring to the roundtable, we'll take you now. Please key up.
363.
K6KD, go ahead.
Okay, I want to bring up something just briefly related to what we've talked about, you know, quite extensively in previous roundtables dealing with host files. You know, in the past, and in fact, it's kind of funny. It seems that even if we've discussed certain things, there's no shortage of, you know, questions that still come up. Well, in the past, we discussed the different kinds of host files associated with, you know, REF, XRF, and XLX reflectors. But one thing that we never discussed, I don't recall is a difference between a local host file and a public host file, and they're in different places in the in Linux. And so what I want to say is, if you have a reflector that you want to use that's not published, but you still want to be able to do host updates and not have what you have in your local host file overwritten, you can put that in a separate location. The difference is it would be the identical file, but it would be on the G4KLX, the Linux images, it would be in /root as opposed to /user /USR /local /etc. Just thought I'd mention that. Back to you, Mike.
All right, John, appreciate it. Stations who have any comment or question or concern or want to know what the heck John was talking about, please key up.
W6KD.
W6KD, go ahead.
I thought I'd piggyback on what John's talking about there. The reason it's important is that when you do with DSTAR Commander at least, and with I know at least Maryland pushes updates also to the host file. So if you have a host file entry that is unique to you, that isn't going to be reflected in the global updates, then if you put it in the regular user host files, which in DSTAR Commander and many of the G4KLX variants is in /USR/local/etc, I think. It's the one that's updated when you do a host update. And guess what? If you go in there and you make a change, if you add something or delete something or change something, the next time you do a host update, it's going to overwrite that file with the new whatever comes down from the server, and your changes are gone. So Jonathan Naylor very wisely built in a hierarchical system that allows you to put a higher priority host file, the second one, at the root level, and that one isn't touched by a host update. So it, by the way, preempts the other one. So, or it can preempt the other one if you put an L at the end of the line, the space L, to lock the that particular host file definition from being overwritten by any other source. So that's what makes it important. So, for example, if you have a private reflector, you and a couple of your friends set up an X reflector, and you didn't, you're not gonna publish it or register it or anything. It's just for you and your friends. And so, you can all go in and put, XRF123 with whatever the address is, and put it in your root folder in the host, in the d+_hosts.txt file, and when you link to XRF123, it'll go to your private reflector, and the next time you run a host update, or if you're using Maryland, the next time they push a host update, without your asking, it won't overwrite your, personal stuff. So that's what makes that a very powerful tool. So, it's in the /root directory, and if you're going to edit or add that file in the root directory, you have to be a super user. You have to be a root user. So you have to use the sudo space su command reset, which gives you root privileges so that you can go into that directory. If you try to just do it logged in as pi, logged in as the standard user pi, it won't let you in. In fact, I don't think it will even let you mess with it using the sudo command. So what you do is you use sudo sudo space su, which makes you the root user, and then you can go into /root, change that file, and now it stays. And it will override any other definition. If you put something in there for XRF123 and you lock it with that L at the end of the command, anything that appears in the other file or that comes in from a host file server will be ignored. It'll use your top priority, highest priority definition. So those can be powerful for folks that have access to private reflectors, or folks that have well, you may have a reflector that's somebody's changed the IP address or the host name, and it's for whatever reason it's not getting updated in the global directory. You can change it on your machine and not worry about the host file update, overwriting it with the same old data. So that's probably enough said on that. W6KD.
3, 6.
Hi, Bob. Thanks for the clarification. And, there is a big difference between the host files and a root file entry for a host file, and that's been explained fairly well. K6KD, go ahead.
Okay, well, a couple things my turn to piggyback on a couple things that Bob said. First of all, if you are going to do when you get into the terminal, you get the Raspberry Pi and then the $ prompt. So, you do the sudo space su as Bob described, and you get the # prompt. Some of the versions of Linux will not allow you to do a reboot if you have the hash. So when after you finish updating the host files or whatever you want to do, if you just say exit exit, you'll get back to the $ prompt. It's probably a good practice. The other comment on the use of some non-published reflectors. Sometimes for experimental purposes, Bob and I will do some things that we'll do things like create circular loops, create anomalous conditions that just not appropriate to put out. It would be very disruptive to use on regular production reflectors that that people are using. It would just disrupt traffic. So so using reflectors that are not published with host files in the public area is very useful for that. The other thing, sometimes if you for the same reason that people might want to use CCS7 to make a point-to-point contact, considering that's flaky, it is an alternative just to use a private reflector. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, back to you, Mike, K6KD.
All right, John, thank you. Anyone else, please key up. Any questions about what you've heard? Please key up. AA0RX, go ahead.
AA0RX returning. Yeah, I just want to know if is it documented in some place I haven't seen in like the information files for the DSTAR commander image or someplace else this information, so that if my brain can't remember everything you're saying tonight, I can get access to perhaps doing that there. I'm just wondering if there's got to be some documentation about that. I just wonder if it's available other than asking here.
W6KD.
W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not in the distribution documentation, but there is a pinned thread on the on my support forum at w6kd.boards.net, and I don't remember the exact title. Something to the effect of how to add private reflectors and how to add reflector and host file entries manually. I don't remember exactly what the title was, but I believe it's a pinned thread in the DSTAR Commander support forum, so if you look for it in there, you'll find it.
Okay, AA0RX, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say thanks, Bob. I will definitely take a look there. I'm a member there, as you know, and I'll just look around. If I can't find something, I'll shoot you an email. But thanks so much. I appreciate that. It may come in handy for me and Travis or somebody else that wants to do something like that or experiment like with a private reflector or something. Who knows? Anyway, it's just a lot of fun. Appreciate the advice. AA0RX.
3, 6.
K6KD, go ahead.
Okay, well, it just came to mind that there is another reason that you might want to modify create or modify a file in the root folder, and that is for XLX reflectors. There's no, well, you know, we've talked about this at length in the past as far as you know, the XLX reflectors and the you know, the various prefixes, whether it be DCS, REF, or XRF. But you know, to cut through all that, if your distribution doesn't include, let's say, an XLX 123, you know, in your DCS list, you know, having the appropriate host file and /root where you put in the DCS, so you can, you know, you may find that it's, you know, for a particular reflector, it works out better to use the DCS protocol. You can do that at the root level. Okay, anyway, that's it. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you, John. Anything further, please, Tia?
W6KD.
W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a segue, but every time the subject of private reflectors comes up, I usually get a couple emails, you know, asking about, you know, how do I do it and what's involved and all that stuff. And, you know, for you know, it's certainly an option that's out there. In fact, you can build a reflector. You know, you can't put 150 people on it, but you just want to get a group of, you know, local friends or friends, you know, just a small group of friends that you know, you want to have a, you know, a locally controlled watering hole. You can certainly you could do it on a Raspberry Pi. You know, the software is, you know, standard Linux, very, very compact and very easy to manage, but you don't really need to, you know. The reality is that, you know, I mean, just on the constellation alone, we've got, you know, what's about 74 or something, there's 70-something modules that can be used, that are open for anybody to use. You know, you want to put the, you know, if you want to have a place for you and your friends to meet, pick a module on the constellation. I mean, there's 3 26 module reflectors there, and you know, we encourage their use. You know, it doesn't, you know, doesn't require any kind of trouble to. So, you know, if you want the technical challenge and you think it'd be a neat thing to do, yeah, go for it. But if you just want to have a place for you and your friends to meet, there's 70-something modules available just on the 3 constellation reflectors alone. You know, so you know, pick one and make it your hangout. You know, it's as easy as that. So I just thought I'd point that one out again. W6KD.
Three, 6, 2.
Well, I'm glad you did. K6KD, go ahead.
Well, there's actually more modules than Bob mentioned, because there's also 26 modules enabled on XLX212, and those can be used the same as on the other constellation. In fact, for those modules, if you want to play around with your host files, you can address XLX2. Well, I think actually with DSTAR Commander, XLX212 is listed in all 3 you know, prefix spaces as REF212. DCS212 and XRF212. So, but anyway, I just wanted to mention those modules are available also. Back to you, Mike.
All right. Okay, well, this might, create the question in the minds of, you go to a regular REF or XRF dashboard, and, you see modules A through E, and on the constellation reflectors, there's 26 of them. Anyone notice that? And that's what W6KD was referring to. When you have the DXRFD style dashboard, such as we have here on the constellation, you can hide, and I would be surprised if later you were to report that there were some interlopers that, linked in because they happened to spot you in the dashboard. Now, could they? Of course. What's the likelihood of that? People listen on the alpha module for the most part. But that's one of the great things about having 26 modules is that, if you need to, let's just say you're going to discuss something that's you think might frighten or upset people because you're going to really go over the edge in political correctness, well, if you're worried about that, take it over one of the other modules on that reflector. Or if you think that you'd like to, link up a bunch of local reflectors or repeaters and just, do kind of a local roundtable, hey, no reason to make an appointment on module A. Go to module M, T, P, whatever, and link them all up, all the heck you want, because they're open. You don't need to have permission. You can't wreck them, and even if you did, they'd be, they'd bounce right back. So, anyone with any questions about that or what you've heard this far before we move on? And I'm not implying I'm trying to push for it. I just wanted to say that we have many other things to talk about, but we'd like to stop where we can and not leave people behind. We don't want you scratching your head. We want to get you answers. Stations, please key up.
A0RX.
A0RX, go ahead.
Oh yeah, A0RX returning. Yeah, it's just food for thought for the commentary I had before that. But yeah, absolutely. Before you see me trying to do my own private reflector or whatever, I'm definitely going to take you up on the reflectors resources here on the modules that are connected to the constellation, because it's already infrastructure that's there. I get it, and if I had anything going on, I'd tell my buddies to come here and hook into something else, and we'd have a great time. We know we're wanted here and also appreciated to use the thing, so we appreciate you guys for having this infrastructure here for us. And like I said, long before we had a private reflector of any kind, we'd try to get kicked off of your guys' system first, but probably not. Anyway, that's all I had. Thanks for the infrastructure. AA0RX.
362.
Well, thanks for those kind words. I have to tell you, I'm very proud of the constellation and the capabilities of the reflectors within the X-reflector constellation. And one of the reasons why we made the jump, not the only reason, but move to the X-reflectors is to take advantage of this marvelous technology and to show it off. No one else is doing this. You know how it is. There are guys on reflectors that, start getting nervous and wring their hands when they see a gang up on, let's see, module C. And here, no problem. In fact, that's the very reason why the XLX212 multi-protocol reflector was stood up. I don't know, John, when I call you can say how long ago it was put up. It is there for that very reason. Hey, you want to put up your own reflector? No big deal. But go check it out and see if that's what you want. Maybe just a regular X reflector is more suited to you. And if it's just to be able to have, some off the, this has already been said by W6KD, but, no need for a cone of silence. Go bury yourself in, module Z, and, challenge people to go find you. I don't know. I guess games could be played. Anyway, Gary, thanks for the comments. K6KD, go ahead.
want to make sure people realize they're still more than welcome to use Module A, because it's not, when we're not having the roundtable, it's not heavily used. And, I think there's kind of a sweet spot between, something, on one extreme you have something like, REF 30 Charlie that's, constantly busy, and, you can't even consider having a short two. I guess you could, but it's really busy. You go to the other extreme where there's something completely dead. I think there's kind of a sweet spot where, it's kind of nice to have, even people want to have, conversations that are, they're not private, but, just, within a few people. I think it's still fine to use, I use Module A because there's, people listening, they like to hear traffic, and, so, anyway, just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mike.
Well, all right, thanks. I wasn't implying, I don't think anybody has, that, this is, if you're going to talk about things that, might worry those who would otherwise listen on Module A to take it elsewhere, that isn't what we're saying. Actually, as with all reflectors, there are dead periods. Usually there's somebody listening. I may be linked 24/7 sometimes, but obviously I'm not listening 24/7, but usually there is someone there. And, I got to tell you, if you think you're going to upset somebody, then do it. And if you upset somebody, let them key up and say that. But on the Constellation, I've yet to hear anybody say, oh, this is terrible. The truth of the matter is, hams that love DSTAR, that operate DSTAR, they go where the action is. And many of them are scanning some of the, live actions screens. They scan the dashboards. They look for the activity. And if it's funny, if there's some reflector, even an oddball module, that suddenly has an upswing in activity or a lot of connections, you'll see the other stations go follow over there. That's terrible language. That follow over there because they want to go where the action is. And so, I say this usually at the end of the roundtable, come on over to any of the XLX Constellation, Module A, certainly, where most people are listening. That is, if you want to talk to somebody, and stir it up, especially if your favorite local, ordinary, not only ordinary, but hometown reflector. Of course, that's not good either, because there's really no hometown for any particular reflector. They're not anywhere in particular, maybe in the cloud. We can come on over here. Anyway, enough said on that. All right, let's just see where we're at. Are there any stations that, that either keyed up, I didn't recognize you, or you need to add to this discussion? Please do so now. Key up. All right, N6HKH with the Thursday night DSTAR roundtable. The station that provides the broadcast-device feed for us, W6KD, has, a great internet connection, internet provider, but it's a remote site. And he really would like to find a Raspberry Pi or maybe a, and now I'm losing it here. Just a minute. Let me scroll through some screens here. Or a blue dongle solution with, a Raspberry Pi dongle for the feed, where he can provide as a broadcastify feed provider, if that makes sense, and be able to have remote control capability. But in looking around, he hasn't found any software or an app or anybody that has packaged, let's say, a Raspberry Pi and a dongle, or or any other hotspot and a blue dongle, which is what he's using, or the dongles are blue. But in conjunction with a Raspberry Pi, as opposed to running it on a computer that is more problematic. And anyway, he provides the roundtable broadcastify feed, and we appreciate it. But the question he has is, does anybody know of a Raspberry Pi solution for providing a Broadcastify feed. If you do, we'd sure like to hear from you right now, and if not, I'll provide an email address for you to send that along. It's kind of an odd question for this net, but it's pertinent to the net because we want to be able to keep the Broadcastify feed up 24/7, and bad things happen even with the best of internet service providers. They sometimes go down, and then if you can't get to where the well, anyway, there's a need for remote control to reboot it, let's say. So, anybody have any ideas? Please key up. Well, nothing seen or heard. I mean, there was probably not a lot of Broadcastify feed providers listening to the roundtable, but then, I don't know, if I took a tally, there may be a bunch of them. But if anybody comes across a Raspberry Pi and dongle, blue dongle solution for feeding this roundtable's audio to Broadcastify, radio reference, etc., please feel free to email Brian, W6KD at me.com, and I'll in a bit post that as well as on the shout box. He just wants to do a better job of what he already does, which is a pretty good job. All right, let's see where we're at, and let me mark this, and we'll move forward a bit. So, one of the things that came up last week was this new ICOM ID4100, which we didn't get any responses. Well, I'll take that back. We got a few. But, the device had just been announced. There's some pre-ordering taking place. It's supposed to be released sometime this month. And we're trying to get some commentary from those that maybe got a radio early to play with, or subsequent to last Thursday have had a chance to find some documentation beyond just the pre-release brochure and pretty funny Japanese to English translation of something that was posted on another radio on our website. But I thought we'd check for comments if anyone has taken a closer look at the ID4100. What you thought? And maybe guide those that would otherwise spend their money on something that might be a pig in a poke. I don't know. Stations, please key up.
W6KD.
W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, I just posted one of several links I found with some preliminary Google foo on Raspberry Pis and Broadcastify, so there's a starting point anyway. On the 4100, I went out looking earlier today just to see if anything new had come out, and it really didn't look like there was any new news other than what was around a week or two ago. I think what it's going to boil down to is if the 4100's pricing is, say comparable to the 880, if they're not pricing it at a premium for the utterly useless, terminal mode features that have been added in, and that's what happened with the ID51 Plus 2, is that they're charging $200 extra. An extra, what is that, 66% higher price to have those features, which aren't particularly useful for most hams, I don't think. If they're charging a premium for it, it's kind of going to be a bust, I'm afraid. But if the price is at par with an 880, which is what it looks like the successor in line to the 880. If the pricing isn't at a massive premium for the new but useless features, it might be a go, because it's still a basic DSTAR radio. It can still talk to a hotspot or a repeater or whatever, and it's still usable as a standard DSTAR radio. What I'm afraid is that they've gold-plated this thing with features that aren't going to be particularly usable by most folks, and you know, so if they're charging a much higher price for something you don't want or need, you know, that's going to cause problems. So that's where the rubber's going to meet the road, I think.
All right, good observations. Stations, ID 4100, what do you think? I know it's not out, but that's beside the point. Please key up. You know, there's really any interest in this radio. I realize it's been a long while since ICOM's put out a mobile. You know, there are some pretty decent ones out there. I mean, the 7100, 5100, and now we have this 43. I noticed that the model number is lower. And a mobile with these features, as W6KD explained, I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I can see an HD for a mobile, and then having to drag that with you to the computer that, or the motel room, or I guess you could use it with a laptop in your car, but that isn't as popular as it used to be, especially distracted driving becoming a problem, and slamming on the brakes and having your laptop slap you or your passenger upside the head. So it wouldn't give us any further thinking. No big deal. We can always wait till the first one comes out and then hear the moans and the groans or the cheers. It's always fun to talk about something that hasn't been in anyone's hands yet. You know, sometimes it's better to, you know, think about what it would or would not be instead of thinking about what it is or isn't. Stations, please key up.
W6KD.
I have W6OSO and W6KD. First, we welcome Mike, W6OSO. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mike and the group. I tend to think that W6KD is right. I think they're going to probably put it in the $300-400 range, since the 5100 is in the $500 to $600 range. But I also think with the money that ICOM has invested into this TNC, this hotspot node, or whatever you want to call it, I think they're going to probably revise the 5100 and also put it into that one as well. And maybe even the 7100, but the 7100 is already a USB radio, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But who knows what goes through the minds of ICOM. Anyway, that's my take on it. I'll stand by for any questions. W6OSO.
All right, Mike. Well, we'll stand by for further comment, and we'll try W6KD. Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike has a point there. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have them, you know, introduce, you know, what looks and feels like an 880, you know, which is, you know, was their more entry-level DSTAR radio in the, you know, in the last incarnation, and then charge the same price or higher than the 5100. So he's probably right. It's probably going to be at a price point somewhere below the 5100. That makes some sense to me. You know, there are some things that, you know, well, we don't know a lot about it yet, but I know that the 5100 has been problematic for a lot of people in mobile use because the control head is just so big. I mean, it's enormous. You know, it's about half again as tall as the 2820 control head was, and for a lot of folks, there's just not a lot of dashboard real estate, just not enough to put that thing up there somewhere. And plus, it is, you know, it also is using, from what I can tell from the pictures, it looks like LCD, you know, technology, sort of like the 2820 again, which is, you know, well, depending on you know, if it's like the 2820, it'll be fairly readable, I think, in sunlight and the likes. Anyway, so yeah, it might be popular for reasons other than the gadgetry that's been put in, you know, because the 5100 just doesn't fit in a lot of situations, and you know, so you know, it might be you know, it might experience some success, especially if it's priced lower than the 5100, you know, because the 5100 even, you know, it started out really pricey, and now it's kind of pricey, and so if they come out with one that's a little bit more reasonable for mobile use, that might be popular, but you know, it's all speculation at this point for sure. You know, I want them to succeed. I am just befuddled by some of the choices they're making, to be honest.
Same here. Stations with comments, please key up. All right, nothing seen or heard. Well, let's go backwards just a moment to the Kenwood D74. We had, you know, one discussion about the lack of of capability concerning either RX or DX or TX. I mean, call history, and we're going to try to resolve that between now and next Thursday. But D74 owners, now that it's been out for a while, anything that the rest of us should think about before we drop the big bucks on that radio? It's a very capable radio. Of course, 220's there. That was a big to-do. But let's see now that we've had it in our hands for a while. What do you think? I think it's been more favorable than negative, but some stations have panned that radio for various reasons. It is what it is. I think we're thankful that somebody other than ICOM is producing a DSTAR radio, certainly in light of ICOM's latest radios, you know, this ID 51A plus 2, now the future 4100, which, you know, to me, and seems by all accounts to really be built for the Japanese market, but made available elsewhere. I'm not happy with its capability for call sign routing. I understand it, and it isn't quite that simple, but still, you know, we've had some stations explain it fairly, you know, how it can be fun, the 51A plus 2, but still, it's not really what, for example, the U.S. market's clamored for, and I'm not sure the European market has, you know, said this is what we need. We certainly know the Asian Japanese market has, so I don't know. Maybe the D74 is a shot in the arm the DSTAR radio market needed. But enough from me, as you know I don't have one yet. Stations with D74 latest. What do you think? Please key up.
A0RX.
A0RX on a, well, you have a TH74. Is that, is that it? Well, you clarify for me. I'm not sure anymore. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, A0RX returning. I absolutely love the radio. There's lots of features in it that are very, very good and robust. The audio on it, for one, and receive and transmit. The one full call so far, but it may be a workaround. I don't know yet. Is the TX history. I have a TX history in this radio. It's a bona fide menu set up in the radio. It should have by golly, it should have a transmit history. It doesn't matter if you can manually put it in with a DTMF tone in the front. Whatever you've transmitted to get into X reflectors or REF reflectors, DCS or whatever, this radio should hold that information so that the very next time, all you have to do is twist the tuning knob on top, select that reflector, and push to talk, rather than even DTMF toning with simple keystrokes on the front of the screen, or going through the rigmarole of actually inputting the data one character at a time and then for chunking. That's good on the first try, but it's better to have a history that records that. Let me let this reset. And the good plus thing is if you're going to do a backpack type thing, I do backpack because I like to bicycle and also hike up in the high country here and in the Fort Collins Front Range area. It has the Bluetooth headset capability, which I voxed my Plantronics Bluetooth into it, and throw the HT in the backpack with the antenna sticking out of the back. I don't have to touch the HT, and then I can proceed to ride my bicycle or go hiking, and I can Bluetooth into the radio, and it's very convenient for that. So anyway, the features are great. The price is high, in my opinion, but it is a great radio. You get a lot for that money, but they're going to come down, I'm sure. And that's all I have to say about this radio, but I love it, and you should get one. AA0RX.
Oh, I appreciate that. So I've got one thumbs up, and I have two thumbs down by one email and by one SMS. Actually, I got a tweet that was also thumbs down. So I need more positive responses to encourage me and others to buy it. So stations, please key up.
W6O.
W6OSO, go ahead.
I don't have one, but a question just came to mind that maybe somebody answer, or can answer. One of the complaints about like the ID51 and the 51 Plus is the battery indicator. I mean, it gives you absolutely no warning. It's charged and then boom, it's dead. Does the Kenwood radio have a reasonable type of battery indicator or some kind of alarm setting to indicate low battery? That's the question.
W6KD.
All right, N6HKH. Okay, here's what happened. We had some doubles, and it's just an unusual number of them. My timing, I guess, is bad. But what happened is the link to 310 and 555 was lost, and it sure sounded like it was silent there, but you didn't miss anything, as I was keeping track. Okay, so I've got K6KD. Let me see if anyone else keyed up with a response to W6OSO's question, that is the stations that were doubling in there. You didn't register, oddly, and let me take you again. So other than K6KD, did you just key up? If so, please key up again so I can get you.
AA0RX.
AA0RX, thank you. Anyone else? All right, believe you. Believe me, this is just as annoying to me as it is to you. All right, to K6KD, I've got an AA0RX. K6KD, go ahead.
Okay, to Mike, W6OS. So I find the battery indicator on the Kenwood much more usable than on the ICOM. You know, on the ICOM 31 and 51, where it looks okay until all of a sudden, I guess it says a low power for about a tenth of a second, and then it's gone. But I don't see that issue at all with the Kenwood. With the Kenwood, there's a line that goes down, and when it gets fairly low, the green the battery turns to red, and so there's plenty of warning. You can take a look at it, and actually use it till the battery gets down pretty low without generally having it go dead on you. Would be kind of curious, some of the negative input you got, Mike, so you can either agree with it or not. Back to you.
John, I missed that very last part. Agree with or not agree with what? Back to you.
Oh, I was referring to you mentioning you had gotten a couple of thumbs downs. I think one was a text, another was a tweet or something, and I was just kind of curious if you were interested in sharing that so that we could either agree with that or not agree with it. And then back to you.
Well, let's see. I guess I could post a thumb up icon somewhere, maybe in the shout box, and then a thumb down. There really isn't much more to it than that, and I don't think so. The reason why people don't key up or post it and do not post in the shout box, and instead choose to either text or send me a tweet, although hang on. The tweeting is, that's public. I guess I could share that. But no, I'm going to pass. It'll just get people upset. But I appreciate the offer. And so, all right, I'm keeping, track here of the count. Let's see. A0RX, go ahead.
A0RX returning, thank you. Yeah, it's got a really reasonable battery indicator on it, just like W6KD said. And it has another feature that Kenwood's notorious for, which is a good one, is APO. There's an APO setting in there which can automatic power off. You can set it for 10 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour or more. And it suits the radio if you walk away from it for a bit of time and turn itself off. Certain times, definitely set this battery up in there, so that's a good feature. One thing which doesn't have, which I wish it did, I got the 72 Alpha Kenwood, which is all analog Kenwood. Prior to this one, it's not DSTAR at all, but it does what's called Sky Command with a TS2000 HF rig, so you can actually control an HF radio with the 72 Alpha. It doesn't have that feature in it. I wish it did. It may do that in the future, but it's one of the things they left out, and I do wish it had that feature in it. It is pricey. It's not really an entry level. I'd go for an ICOM 51A plus for sure, but for all the bells and whistles and a lot of cool stuff, it has everything you could possibly want in a radio. So the people that knock it usually are too cheap to buy a nice radio, or they just never experienced a Kenwood. It's a very quality audio on transmit and receive. I've had really good audio reports with this radio as well. So does the AM stuff too. You can do shortwave listening to it with it. There's a ton of features, so give it a break and try it out, and then see what you think. AA0RX.
Now, if anyone else, well, let's just put it this way. D74 owners, do you want to enter the fray? What do you think about your radio? Well, now that you've had some time to play around with it, maybe drop kick it, perhaps put it up on the shelf and let it marinate for a while and then bring it back out. I'd like to hear from you. Please key up. Well, I just haven't seen or heard. So we tried to get a report from Orlando in a hamcation, record attendance, they claim, and there was an article on QST that claimed that they're moving up the food chain as far as popularity of official A-to-RL conventions. So I was hoping that a station that attended the Orlando hamcation could check in with us and tell us what they thought. I'm not particularly interested in parking lot congestion, people pushing and shoving, but more so about DSTAR and how they handled it and where the booths were. Did they, put them in the back next to the restrooms, or were the booths prominently displayed? And what did you think? Any, scuttlebutt or rumors about DSTAR equipment that you picked up from hamcation would be suitable for discussion on this net. So, if that sounds like you, that is, you were there, a brief report would be greatly appreciated. Stations, please key up. All right, nothing seen or heard there, so I guess it just wasn't as well attended as everyone thought, or at least those that participate in the roundtable showing hamcation. In other words, if it said hamvention, well then maybe, but maybe Orlando's too far away, and maybe they, attended, but were diverted by Disney World or Universal Studios. Those things sometimes happen, so. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Nobody seems to care too much about Orlando. That's fine with me. Let me mark that one off the list as don't ever bring up again or else. Let's see. At this point, I'm going to call for stations again. I'm having a difficult time because when you think about it, it would actually be 10:30, almost 11, if we started at the normal time, but starting an hour earlier, certainly we've been running maybe, 2.5 hours, and I really do like to take a break, even though I started out with questions at the very beginning of the round table, and that worked out very well. But I'm going to take a break again to ask for topics. You can always suggest more questions, or if you have, well, don't suggest. I mean, either ask them or you don't. But I want to see if anyone had a topic, something that they want to bring to the attention of the round table, some information that's posted in the Yahoo group that needs to be brought to our attention, although that should be posted in a shop box. By the way, there's been some more interesting postings from various and sundry stations, some of which can't participate but are listening to us on Broadcastify, or have the ability to listen on a radio but just can't get to the mic because of family issues or things like that. So always keep an eye on the shout box. We're with it. So anything on your mind? Stations, please key up.
Has anyone heard what the price will be on the new 4100 from DSTAR?
KK6WTJ, good question. I have not seen that. Anyone know what the prospective price on a pre-release basis is? That is, or if you've signed up to, reserve the right to buy it, have any of those vendors on their websites indicated a retail price? Please key up. Well, when I've seen or heard, that is odd because it's supposed to be released in March. I realize it. I don't think it has its FCC certification yet, and they can promise to release it all they want, but until it's certified, it's not going to be released. and you can wait all day long. But those who have reserved, any idea what you think you're going to pay, or did you just blindly, give up 25 or 35 bucks or whatever the retailer was demanding, not knowing what you're going to pay? It's hard to believe, but I guess stations do that. Anybody have a ballpark? I mean, no guess, but did you see something of some reasonable second or third hand information in one of the Yahoo groups? Please key up.
AK6WTJ here again with the same question, but I do know it's going to be released March 17th, according to the AARL.
March 17th, huh? Well, you think that, given that that is what, about 2 weeks away or just less than that, I'm shocked that there's no retail price associated with it. I mean, they don't have to wait for FCC certification to provide what we're expected to pay. I mean, who would, in their right mind, sign up for a new radio? Okay, except for those guys that have to have one of everything, setting those guys aside. How could you, say, I'll take that radio, not knowing what you're going to pay for it? So, I don't know. So, Brett, any ideas? Because it's beyond me. Back to you.
Well, within the system of basically the same, priced the same within demographics, the 7100 would be comparable in architecture and standards, or as far as features go. It's not an HF as well, but it's also, it is an HF. In any case, it's basically the ID51A built into a full-fledged radio with the TNC capability and all that, with the GPS, the DRPS, not the ARPS though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It isn't going to be too far from the price of the 51 plus 2, but you never know. It does have a detachable. Well, heck, they could double the price for all we know. All right. Well, we'll find out at some point. We'll see it pop up, and I'm sure the Yahoo groups. I didn't sign up for that particular group, and those guys could be, killing themselves over pricing comparisons. But very good. All right, stations. We're kind of looking for stations that want to start something, want to stop something, have a topic. Is there something you heard earlier on that's been giving you heartburn? Or is there something that you haven't heard earlier on that is giving you heart palpitations and you need to bring it up? Let's take you now. Please key up. All right, nothing there. Let's see. Any news in the G3 land? We had some discussion. W5LND was with us. His reflector that has G3 up and cooking, IRCDDB, etc., going well. There's been some others. And, now that, I don't think G3 has been actually officially released, but we've had a couple of stations that have installed it on their repeaters that have been kind enough to give us an overview of what's available, what it takes, and, there's a new registration screen that a website that's there to be able to accommodate the new radios that require G3 to provide to operate certain features, such as the ID51A plus 2 and the ID4100. But we haven't heard of anybody or anything about G3 lately. Have all the holes been patched or filled in? Have all the queries been resolved? Anything that anybody's found in G3 that they'd like to, toss? Anybody have any questions about G3, or is it just there? Good luck if you've got it, and too bad if you don't. Stations, please key up.
KK6WTJ here again. I'm speaking to you through a G3 system right now, and the main difference I noticed was that switching from one reflector to another, or even another system being like DCS or X reflectors, there's no need to unlink to the next setup. You just simply move your URL field to that and key it up, and it goes automatically.
Wasn't that functionality available, or would that be through via a hotspot? So you're saying that you're on your radio, on a repeater, connecting to a reflector through a gateway, and so now you don't have to unlink the reflector's gateway, you just progress forward to the next reflector in line. Is that what you're saying? And hasn't there been a capability, or am I missing something? Back to KK6WTJ.
I don't know specifically if it was capable prior to, but what I've noticed on my home system, I'm talking on through me right now on RF. This is like straight up RF through another gateway and about 10 miles from me. And I can unlink from this reflector and go to another one without any more than changing my settings, memories to the other reflector, or even a DCS reflector, or an XRF reflector, without having to do unlink and then go to that next one and link and then go back. It just simply would go back to CQ automatically, from what I understand. It's a lot quicker. I don't know if it's a new system, but I wasn't able to do it before, and I was informed actually earlier today by our administrator that the G3 system is up and running, and you can use both. You just have to specify to go to the 3 system if you're not already on there, because a lower grade radio would automatically key that up to that other system, so you have to step it up to that next system if you are capable of it. Then you can tell the difference between the male and the female voice, I believe.
Okay, well, I'm glad it's working. I understood the ability to go from one reflector to another through a gateway was a function of IRCDDB and not necessarily G2 and now G3. That is, if that G3 repeater, that is its gateway, adds IRCDDB functionality, then you would automatically get that. I'm just not sure, and this is perhaps a good question that somebody that administers the G3 system can help us out on, is that the capability of not having to unlink and just jump from one reflector to another. Is that G3 or is that IRCDDB? I think it's the latter. I think it's always been there. But let's find out. Stations, please key up. Come on now. Somebody knows this. I guess I can go back through my notes and find it, but in our discussions of the RCDDB add-on to the G2D Plus systems, we've had some extensive ones. One of the features I recall, and not looking at my notes, I have to dig them up, was that G4KLX built into IRCDDB if that's the version you're using, the ability to jump from one reflector to another without unlinking. It had nothing to do with D plus or G2. I think that's the same with G3, but maybe G3, then again, G3 does not care about anything other than D plus, it is REF. And maybe the need to unlink within REF might have been limited within G3. That I don't know. But for everything else, there's got to be a functionality of RCGDB which has nothing to do with G3. But let's hear from the experts. I know you're out there. Reach for that mic. Please key up. Well, nothing seen or heard. PK6WTJ. Actually, it's a pretty interesting question. Although it doesn't really change the capability that you just described. But maybe we can hit this one a little earlier next Thursday and maybe get some stations that might have drifted off and get that resolved. Because I think it's important if you're operating on a gateway that has G3 installed, and I suspect they all will at some point, or may be required to. I don't know. Of course, I'm not sure if there's a reason not to install it, but still, understanding where capabilities and functionalities come from helps to understand the workings of a gateway and helps you, self-determine problems that may arise that aren't necessarily, the fault of some gateway and claiming that, I need to reboot this. So it's just something. Anyway, thanks for bringing that up and, furthering this discussion. All right, anything more on G3? I think I asked that, but I didn't get a response. It's almost in disbelief, but you never know. Stations, please key up. All right, nothing seemed to heard there, so that's really going to be the end of that. We'll get back into that some more. So, anyone have any idea what we're going to hear from about concerning DSTAR at Dayton, which is rapidly approaching? Those that have been to Dayton every year might recall Robin AA4RC holding up Nexus tablets and having all kinds of devices hanging from them on various connectors and, providing dongle and other capabilities right through your tablet. And that's all you need. You need the device with the cable attached to the, whatever port it is. And he was using a Nexus 10 and a Nexus 5, I think, at the time, and was threatening to put together something for your iPhone. And that's all you need to be on DSTAR. Of course, it never came to fruition. But it was fun to talk about. Any rumors like that you think may be coming up at Dayton that we should keep our eye out, or devices, capabilities, Dayton rumors about DSTAR? Let's take a few of them now. Please key up.
W6KD M.
W6KD, go ahead.
Well, I think this is going to be the year, actually. Vaporware promises that never materialize are absolutely going to find their place this year, because the new venue for the hamvention is the proverbial 10 pounds of stuff in a 3-pound bag. They're not going to be able to fit much more than vaporware in there from everything I've seen.
Well, you're right, of course, because prior to last Dayton, I couldn't count the number of ads that were in emailers, in QSTs, and various ham-related publications claiming all these devices were coming out, and don't buy what's going to be, displayed at Dayton. Instead, hold on to your money and, buy from us. And, of course, half of that, if not more, was vaporware. Now, a few of them did come through. There was RF Finder, and then the DV4 Mini, was there. But there's a number of them. I'm going to have to actually pull up that folder that I saved. I think I scanned all of it with all of these promises from places that I'd never heard of before, saying that they're going to make various digital hotspot or multi-mode devices that will surpass anything currently even in production or even on the drawing board and anything that you might dream of, and just so don't buy a Dayton. Just come back and see us. Of course, if you didn't buy a Dayton, then you found out that there was nothing to buy. So I think you're right, Bob, and and you remind me that either there's going to be a stampede of people getting pissed off and leaving Dayton because of the venue, or we're going to find out what a wonderful place it is. Maybe. So, any thoughts? Dayton preview, folks. Rumors of vaporware. Stuff you think that you might want to buy if it was in Dayton. Well, it's not just that way. What do you think is going to be at Dayton, DSTAR wise, or open source digital that you've got to check out? Please, Kia.
W6KD M.
W6KD, go ahead.
Hold on just a second.
W6KD M.
Yeah, I'm hoping that there'll be something there. In fact, this will be the opportunity to catch the attention of a bunch of folks, because the HF bands are deader than Vince Foster. It'd be a good time to focus the spotlight on DSTAR and digital radio in particular. But I'm a little bit I'm hopeful, but not really expecting much, because I just haven't heard much. This is what I've been talking about for a couple of years. We're in the sunspot low now, and it's going to go on now for 4 or 5 more years at least. And we don't seem to be making much hay with the there's a whole bunch of HF only hams that that are talking to themselves essentially, because there's just very little HF propagation out there right now, and it would be sure a great time to get the word out, but I don't know. I don't see it happening.
Well, we in fact discussed. Well, first of all, let me make sure you were done, because you seem to be. What I'm hearing is you're cutting yourself off early, and I know that you don't unkey while you're still talking. So it could be just me. Let me just make sure you were done. W6KD, back to you.
I was. I don't know if it's internet issues or what, but I seem to be having some issues tonight.
Well, I mean, I've got it now, but even then, the last half of your last word was cut off. It's like you unkey and you're still talking. I'm not sure why that would be, but oh well. So, we did discuss a real opportunity for DSTAR and open source digital enthusiasts to talk to those that are dependent on the sunspot cycle, who trade in their HF radio on a regular basis for the greatest and the latest. And these people are optimists beyond belief, but at some point the sunspot cycle is going to hit an all-time low that I don't think even those that predict and follow the cycles are truly that it's going to be worse than what they might even imagine. And they want to go someplace. And look at what they do. They talk around the world. Well, if it's not working for you on one band or mode, why don't you come to where it is working now and all the time? DSTAR. So, how do we get the word out? That was the issue. And I'm not sure that we didn't come to a conclusion. I mean, we could always attend ham things, but it's not like you throw up a booth saying and hand out flyers. Hey, if you like HF and you're in the suicidal mode, come over to DSTAR. We'll save you. I mean, that's silly, but still, it's a great group of people to approach. It's a great time to approach them and show them the fun of DSTAR. And look, Sunspot Cycle comes back, HF bands, improve. Hey, we're not saying, throw that gear out, but in the interim, want to talk around the world? Guess what? Stations, please key up.
W6KD.
W6KD, go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's a... Hold on just a second. All right, anyway, there's a... there doesn't seem to be any organized effort afoot, by the well, I don't know, is there a DSTAR industry per se? I guess ICOM would be it mostly, and you get INET Labs and some other, you get Robin and the DV4 Mini guys and some other folks that make stuff, but, maybe a grassroots effort, maybe, if there's DSTAR folks that are going to the hamvention, maybe that's maybe the way to do it is to have individuals make the pitch to the guys they know, the guys they see at hamvention, or even at the regional conventions, PacificCon or the Rocky Mountain Regional, conference here in Colorado, or wherever. But now's the time to kind of make the pitch. I think when propagation's working. The HF guys kind of look down their nose and go, that ain't real. That ain't real ham radio. But after you call CQ about 55,000 times and get no answer back because all there is static crashes, it might be more of an appealing idea. And it's not going to happen on an organized basis by any organization, but let's put the bug out in people's ears now. If you're going to hamvention or something like it this year, talk it up to your friends, because HF sucks right now. That's the bottom line. It's and by the way, we're just getting into the suck. It's going to be like that for like 5 years. If the Space Weather guys, if their models are what they're saying they are, it's going to be bad for a long time. So now's the time to maybe sell some of these ideas to folks that are normally pretty closed-minded about it.
Oh, I agree. And whether it's a grizzle dyed in the wool, feet in the cement, you're not taking my HF radio out of my hands unless I'm, en route to the funeral home. It can also include those that are new to ham radio. Not everyone is a young guy who wants a cell phone style radio and, is attracted to digital. While that simply is the attraction and a way to get new people into the hobby, there are those that are attracted to the HF operation and do enter the hobby, that is, get their license, because that attracts them. I mean, there's so much available in this hobby that's attractive. So the point being that we can also we can also approach new people who, maybe bought their first HF radio, bought an entry level, and, now they're getting upset to the hobby, and to save those souls, DSTAR is the perfect, thing to sell. And how we propose that, how we approach them, how we sell it, having a DSTAR radio with you and saying, hey, look, where do you want to go? Take a reflector, key up, here you are. Who do you want to talk to? Anybody with ideas?
If you'd like to hear more, please key up.
A0RX.
A0RX, go ahead.
AA0RX returning. It's been my observation that I've helped several hands in this area after I got a significant amount of help from the W6KD website forum and everything there. Because that was the, 1, 2, 3, you can do this and that. You're going to be, it's going to work fine there for you. So after I learned that, I've been helping out as many people as I can up here. There's a lot of older guys, old men. And anyway, probably have 5 or 6 guys I've helped tune up their DSTAR, either Raspberry Pis or DVAPs or connect and use this image or show them, get them connected to that, as well as younger people. There's a couple of new hands that have come through our club that I've steered towards the image and this route, and they're very happy as well. But my point is, a lot of these older guys, and even the newer ones, there's so much stuff on the internet to get bogged down in. It seems like there's so many different images and so many different clubs offering an image that, MMDVN stuff. And anyway, I've just been trying to do what I can myself for the people that I come in contact with who need help and they are routed to me. So that's what I'm doing. And I think it takes a little bit of that for everybody that's involved with DSTAR to get the word out that way. But I'm shocked by the amount of people. There's a lot of people that come through that are they're sold some principle about digital voice modes. Let me let this reset. They're sold on some kind of principle about digital voice modes that, this one box or that does everything in the world or the universe, and it's just not that way. Anyway, there's a lot of information out there, and it's easy to get off in the weeds and get confused and then not make DSTAR go for a lot of reasons. But if you look and you find this particular forum and this roundtable and ask questions, you can get there. So it's really, I think each of us have to answer that question and help each other out. And that's my 2 cents. AA0R.
You made several important points. One is the salesman behind the counter, many of whom are instructed on selling what is the hot item. They don't have any experience in DSTAR, they might, but if the latest and greatest device in the door is a multi-mode whatever, like an open spot by Shark RF, then that's what they try to push. And, it is attractive when you think about it to somebody uninitiated to digital modes to hear, hey, look, you want an HT that does one thing? Or do you want this device that does it all without explaining the differences? There is no device yet, like an HT, that's multi-mode that you can put in your pocket and run around with. It's got to be grounded someplace. Then you also hit upon the obvious differences between the digital modes. DSTAR is, there are no secrets. It's been around the longest. There's no need to beat around the bush. You don't have to make things up. You don't have to be a used car salesman. It is what it is. And it is, as it is, sells itself. As opposed to some other digital modes that you really have to do the 3-card Monty and hide some of the things that would be unattractive. They require salesmen. They have to push it. And and you guys know what I'm talking about. DMR, for example. To tell the truth about DMR top to bottom, there are some significant problems. And to somebody new, you can't tell them the downsides. Otherwise, you're going to lose them if that's what you want to sell them on. Now, look, do not get mad at me saying, oh, you badmouth DMR. I'm not bad-mouthing anything. But comparing the digital modes, I can't imagine anybody challenging the fact that DSTAR is an open book. There's no secret room someplace where the details that are dirty and underhanded are hidden. There's no such thing. In the other modes, you know, the reality is that they are what they are, but it's commercial gear adapted to amateur use. And look, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be there. I'm talking about attracting those that are going to be unhappy being in the low bands. And where do you start out at? I don't think it's DMR. Of course, you know where I sit on this. I'm the controller of the Thursday night DSTAR roundtable. But I don't think there's really an argument about how plain, simple, and open DSTAR is. It's too easy to sell anyway. A0RX, thanks for those points, and then you got me into talking and probably got me into trouble. So, instead of me talking, let's hear you talk. Stations, please key up.
W6.
W6OSO, go ahead.
Okay, Mike. I hope I say this right. I went to the Palm Springs Hamvention. I went to Yuma to their Hamvention. And an observation that I had was with the vendors and some of the people that I know that I've talked to, it seems that they're billing the other modes as the cheap entryway into digital mode. The Icon product, the DSTAR, has held its level high for a long time. The radios aren't cheap. I mean, you're talking $400 or $500 for a radio. The Kenwood, you're talking $600, but it's a quality product. But what these guys are doing is they're bringing in this stuff from China, and you know they're selling. I've seen DMR down to $100, and you know hams are going to go by word of mouth, and they're going to go for the lowest possible price. And you're right. I think there's ex-refrigerator salesmen there selling a product that may not be to the quality of DSTAR. I love DSTAR. In fact, I just put into service a blue VVAP today using WinDV, and with a little bit of help, it works great. I got it working fine, and I have to thank those that helped me. But getting back to DSTAR, somebody's got to come out with an entry-level DSTAR radio that'll just give them the basics, just like they're getting from China, or they're going to have to start getting something from China. Let me take a break. I don't want to time out. So that's what I see in my little corner of the DSTAR world. It's like I said, word of mouth, and you know people are talking price and they're talking inexpensive radios, and you can't sell a Cadillac to a bunch of Volkswagen owners. It's just not going to work. So I don't know if I got it right or not, but that's how I feel. Back to you. I'll stand by for any questions. W6OSO.
All right, Mike, appreciate it. Well, the focus here is not on the cost of equipment. Certainly that's a consideration. The focus here is taking HF and other non-digital mode users affected directly by the sunspot cycle and selling them on DSTAR. The equipment isn't really the point because, frankly, the HF gear is far more expensive, assuming that you go into a store and buy an HF radio as opposed to building something more simplistic or buying, old used gear. And certainly to overcome the sunspot cycle is decline. You're looking at an amp. So I don't care what radio or whatever the cost is to buy into DSTAR, it's certainly less than would be the investment or has been the investment of this potential newcomer but licensed amateur to DSTAR. So the focus really is the mode, not so much the equipment. There's a local repeater group that has several digital modes and analog, and set up a booth in Palm Springs, the thought being to promote the club. And all they talked about was DMR. That's all they talked about. Not a word about DSTAR, not a word about anything else. And that's part of the problem. But unlike DSTAR, the other digital modes, in my opinion, have dirty little secrets. And those aren't explained. That's not fair. But more to the point, DSTAR is an easy sell to those who we would want to convert from HF, and that's the point of the discussion. But, of course, you're right. Cheap-wise, I guess you could get cheap into DMR more inexpensively. But it's not so much that as it is just getting them over to DSTAR to consider that in lieu of the declining ability to operate on the low bands. Anyone with comments, please key up.
KC8YQL.
I have K6FED and KC8YQL. First, we say hello to Frank, K6FED. Go ahead.
N6HKH as a group. This is Frank, K6FED in Cucamonga. Mike, looks like you're doubling. Well, okay. I just have a comment. I think the chickens are coming home to roost here when it comes to the DMR side. I monitor DMR, and I also work a lot of DSTAR. And what I'm hearing is the hams are getting tired of the DMR police. And so now a lot of the guys that I talk to, they're frustrated, and they've decided that, so what, they spent $100 on the cheap radio, but they don't mind setting it aside to go back to a mode that's not as heavily policed as DMR. Because if you get a little long-winded or they don't like the conversation, the DMR police is going to come in and tell you that it's time to get off. And friends of mine that used to use DMR are pretty much did like I've done and just put the little TYT radio in the charger, and it's a decorator item. Over.
Yeah, I guess it's okay to have a DMR radio if you're so inclined just to listen, but good gravy, I agree with you completely. Thanks for keying up. KC8YQL. Hey, Bill, go ahead.
Hey, Mike, if you want to skip me for a couple, 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, come back. I'm loading a massive file download right now, KC8YQL.
That was about the dirtiest, nastiest squelch tail. No, I'm sorry. You were actually trying to download that to us, that file. I got it. So, all right, no problem. All right, stations. Any ideas on how to sell DSTAR to the HF crowd? To anybody being burned by the sunspot cycle? Like to hear your thoughts. A lot of us have time to do this. Well, let me not volunteer anybody. Let's just hear your thoughts instead. Stations, please key up.
AA0R.
AA0RX. Go ahead.
W6KD
AA0RX returning. Yeah, the few people that are the old timers that are big on HF, they're still in HF, and I'm in HF heavily. I love it. You know, and there are times when the bands are kicking wide open and we have a great time. But you know, the other side is that I've made a lot of contacts on DSTAR and said, hey, oh, by the way, you know, what kind of rig you have there? And everybody's got an HF rig somewhere, right? So made a few Louisiana contacts and some other folks that were on DSTAR first, and then we just had to go to 40 meters of 80 at certain times of the evening, and we've gone over there and made the attempt, and some of them have been successes, and other times the propagation wasn't enough. But that's just the way HF works. So I love both modes, both, and I kind of work from that standpoint. But case W6OSO, I think it is, made a good point. You know, that is quite valid. That but it's not even $100 from eBay when you get on a DMR radio these days. They're selling, you know, the whole kit and caboodle for like $80, $90 for these little TYT radios, or MD380s and 390s. But a lot of it, you know, the intermod in them, yeah, they just don't hold up. They're like a golfing radio. If you're in an area like Denver, they just don't work very well. But in a pinch, in a survival situation, I take my Baofeng and work a repeater if I had to save a life of my own or anybody else's. So anyway, just more commentary and ideas. But yeah, stations on HF and vice versa. It's been very fun, and I saw it like that. So there you go. AA0RX.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we're not bad mouthing HF. It is interesting that modes that you know, are difficult to sell if you were to be an open book, have the cheapest equipment. But then again, you know, you can sell anything if the price is right. Heck, I could sell a home sitting on a railroad tracks if the price is right. So, you know, I agree with you 100%. And we all love HF, I think. I've got my share of low band gear, and I'm always itching to put up another dipole or some other antenna. But the excitement to do that, as I look at, you know, the sunspot cycles and some of these widgets that track. I was just trying to think of one here that, you know, that shows by band what's active, what's making it around the world, and what isn't. You know, it seems to be flat more often than not, and I lose the interest in building the antenna or putting it up. But if that was me, you know, I would certainly be, you know, if somebody comes to my door and says, hey, you know, I see you've got about $10,000 in low band antennas. Would you like to talk around the world? Seems so you do now, but in a different mode, with no need to have an antenna at all. You want to hear what I have to say? You know, I might slam the door. I might just say, come right on in. W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of my point too. Is that a guy that'll buy a $10,000 or $12,000 HF radio plus a $6,000 amplifier plus a $2,000 or $3,000 tower plus $1,000 in antennas, and then the thousands continue to roll and all the ancillary stuff. He's not going to be afraid of a $500 HT and a $200 hotspot if you can show him what it'll do and get him interested in it, you know. look, you can be on your farm and put your own repeater up on top of the silo and work the world, from your combine or your pickup truck or your house or whatever. Somebody who's willing to fly themselves from, Oregon to Dayton to go to Hamvention he's not going to shy away from a $500 radio, I don't think. For the guy walking out of a class for the first time, looking, not really unsure about, even though he's sat through in a class and gotten his ticket, he's never really been on the air and he doesn't really know what's out there. He's not going to be inclined to, chunk a bunch of money into it. But the kind of people we're talking about here are, more established hams that, that, like I said, $10,000 for a high-end HF radio that right now is good for keeping your dummy load warm, not much more. And it's now's a good time to find some of those guys and let them know what's out there. And especially when you get out to rural America, I don't know. I don't think DMR is going to sell very well out there. It's mostly something. It's marketed by the places where it seems to flourish the most is where you got some guy he's a DMR radio technician that does it professionally as his vocation, and he puts up a repeater somewhere, and maybe he's associated with a club, and they put up a couple repeaters out there, and and the draw that $200 or $100 Far East bargain basement special that with a battery that'll last about a month and a half before it's flat. That's where the appeal is. But if you're going to set it up for yourself out in rural Nebraska somewhere or whatever, I'm not sure that maybe. Anyway, I'm not sure that DMR really offers an appeal above and beyond what we can offer with DSTAR. In fact, when it comes to putting together your own infrastructure and your own standalone solution that can tie into a worldwide network anywhere you happen to be, as long as you got an internet connection, you can make it work. DMR can't do that very well, and if you're in a large urban area, like I said, with a club or some guy that that's schooled in DMR repeaters, and puts one up there and can program your radio for you or give you a code plug to do it. It's amazing how many DMR guys they don't know anything about what's programmed or built into their radios. They have to take their radio to somebody else just to make it able to communicate with somebody else. I find that kind of objectionable myself, but I'm talking about the stereotypical appliance operator, and anyway, the guy with the big HF station that flies himself from 2,000 miles to get to Dayton every year probably isn't your stereotypical appliance operator, and might be amenable to something like what we do day to day, if it's presented right. Particularly if you can take a hotspot along and show them what it'll do or whatever. But anyway, it's just an idea I've been batting around for a long time, and I'm kind of hoping that at some level maybe people will get the word, because HF isn't looking too bright. The future for HF for the rest of my lifetime anyway isn't probably going to be much to speak about. This cycle, next cycle is going to be worse. The one after that's going to be far worse. And but I guess if I survived to my late 90s, I might see the upside where it starts picking back up again. But so we got to work on something else.
K6FED.
Indeed. I see the, cheapo DMR radios as the hook to divert attention from DSTAR to DMR, because DMR needs a hook of some sort to, well, interest people in a mode that has a lot of surprises in store for them of what they don't know. K6FED, go ahead.
N6HKH in the group, this is K6FED. Mike, one of the things that we've been doing with the two organizations I belong to is we run a parallel net. We do we do HF, and we also run DSTAR at the same time. And what happens is the net controllers have DSTAR access, so if one can't hear, the relay just passes it on to the other net controller via DSTAR. But we also give our members the opportunity to, if they have DSTAR equipment, they can come in and check in with the net controllers via DSTAR. So, and it seems to be working pretty well with us. A lot of the hams are finding that to be a little bit more convenient. At first, it started off with a few radio operators, and then some of the guys decided to get dongles just for the purpose that you and Bob are mentioning, is the fact that the HF bands have gotten so bad, and the guys don't like to miss out on the net. So quite a few of them are, like I said, participating in the parallel net where they'll check in on either HF or DSTAR, and it seems to be working pretty well. We've been doing it for a year now.
K6K.
Wow, isn't that interesting? I didn't know. We'll have to talk about that some more. Thanks, Frank. K6KD, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up on what Bob and you said as far as the some of these low-cost DMR radios as being a hook. Several years ago, these radio clubs embraced DSTAR because they, before the hotspots got as popular, they had the DSTAR repeaters, and they had kind of a captive audience. People felt obligated to pay, in some cases, pretty exorbitant club dues, over $100. But that got eroded with the hotspots, and I think it was a concern to some of these clubs, because people were asking themselves, why should I spend money? Why should I spend over $100 for a club? Especially if I don't know even how the money's being spent when I can have a hotspot. So I realize that the DMR has hotspots now also, but for a lot of the people, going into a ham class, getting their license, hooking them into a TYT radio for just for a few dollars, and then kind of leading them to the radio clubs, which have moved to DMR because they feel that they have more of a captive audience than they did with DSTAR. So I think a lot of it is, even though we're starting to see people with DMR, the more sophisticated DMR users with hotspots, I think a lot of these clubs that are really motivated towards separating new hams from their money, via these exorbitant dues. That's one of the reasons why they're pushing DMR. Back to you, Mike.
Could be. Thank you, John. Stations, please key up.
NG4D.
NG4D, welcome to the Thursday Night DSTAR Roundtable. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I really have enjoyed listening to all the input tonight. I reminisced here just a few years ago on back when the CW code requirement question was a big issue of getting the first level of licensing for a technician, and how many of the HF operators were upset about it. And so anyway, when that was dropped, and also at that time it was a lot of the question was up in the air about whether some of the companies that were making HF rigs were going to continue to do so. So when these changes came, we seen new radios being developed, and of course during that time, DSTAR also got popular. So in case in point, and I guess, my mind just reminisced about a whole lot of different aspects of this hobby. And let's not forget, it's amateur radio. And even with DSTAR, I hear all these different operating conditions with dongles and Raspberry Pis and whatever. And you hear the challenges on here, and sometimes communications get rough. But regardless, some people have a little budget. Some people have a lot of money to work with. You have people that are, I know one gentleman that's 100 years old, and he's in a nursing home, and he was a very avid HF operator, but now he's got a DSTAR radio, and he enjoys that aspect of the hobby. So I think it's really unfair for us to categorize, putting limits. I love every aspect of this hobby. I love HF. I like this DSTAR mode. I've just been introduced to it recently. Just now got familiar with JT65 and JT9 on HF, and so I guess in all in a nutshell, I'm glad we have new operators and new interest and new things going, because it has revived the hobby, and we have a lot of new licensees, a lot of new licensed operators now that we didn't have, and it was very gleam at one time. Matter of fact, I seen stats at one time the hobby was going to die out. So I just want to say tonight that regardless of DSTAR, DMR, whatever the situation may be, I'm glad there's a sparked interest. I'm glad that we have technical people that are able to introduce new ideas, and with the HF challenges come.
NG4D, are you still with us in 6HKH?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
NG4.
Yeah, I think the timer got you. You were saying, and with the HF challenge, pick it up from there and finish. That's all we didn't hear. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, with that being in mind, it's great to know that we have these different options available, and that I'm just glad that no matter what anybody's circumstance is, whether they have a budget to work with or not, and whatever their situation is, it's amateur radio, and I just appreciate that everybody's situation is unique. That's what makes the hobby great. So thank you for letting me have my input. NG40.
Well said, and we appreciate your contribution. I know that this discussion devolved a bit into, one mode versus the other, and that's not really the intention. The intention was how to best attract the disappointed HF user to DSTAR that has introduced them to another way to talk around the world. I'm not sure that they all know and understand DSTAR. Sometimes it's 180 degrees from what they do, and but you're right. It's better to keep them in the hobby and to attract newcomers to the hobby. And if it turns out that they like P25 for whatever reason, who am I to say? But it's hard to argue against when you're going to sell digital to someone that is struggling to work the low bands, that DSTAR is the easiest and like I said, it's an open book. But your thoughts are well said. Stations, please key up.
N6MUD.
N6MUD, go ahead.
Pretty much in that. Yeah, so I used to do a lot of HF, and I did actually a lot of mobile HF. Not recently, but, back in the peak of the sun spots, a lot of fun. But what made it more fun was to have a talk around modes such as DSTAR, where I could, talk to KK6AL or whoever I wanted to talk to on DSTAR, and we'd go through the bands and figure out exactly, what's the right band for current conditions. And then when you had 4 or 5 guys that are doing that, all of a sudden you can start actually having more fun out there, because you can start figuring out, which band is better based on the location and that. And you'd always have a secure, back channel, which is DSTAR. And I think you could probably pitch that to the HF community, because now all of a sudden you've got all these open reflectors. These HF guys don't want to worry about tying up a repeater, and the fact that you can have people from around the world link in on a reflector on some obscure, maybe whatever reflector, so that no one really necessarily has to hear them or they have to worry about bothering any local repeaters and what have you. Now all of a sudden you've got a secure channel that you can talk around and then try stuff on HF. And I think that would be a good selling point to a lot of these guys in HF, because that's one of the pitfalls of HF, is that if you want to make a contact with someone, you don't necessarily know what band would work best based on the conditions. And I think, being able to do that on DSTAR first and switch over to HF would kind of be fun. It would make it much more easier and a lot more fun for the HF guys when the conditions are as bad as they are there, over.
Oh, sure, I fully agree. Plus, it introduces them to DSTAR, and I remember some of the trips where, the guys wanted to talk on low bands because you had the capability, and they had to coordinate it through DSTAR, and why not? That is a great way to say, look, here's, if you're able to work HF, as you say, here's a way to coordinate things on DSTAR, and if HF finally goes away, well, they're already in DSTAR. I think it's a great way to do it, what we're talking about, and thanks for that. All right, stations, please key up.
AA0R.
AA0RX, go ahead.
AA0RX returning. I'm sorry I don't have anything to add. I just missed about a good 5 or 10 minutes. I thought you guys were gone, and I waited, and I had to reboot my Pi, and now I'm back. So I probably missed some good stuff, but I am back, and that's all I have. Sorry. Anyway, this conversation's still going on, it sounds like, so that's great. AA0RX.
Oh, you missed the most crucial part of the... No, I'm just teasing. No problem. Well, we're just wanting to make sure that those that want to contribute to this discussion, which is about how best to attract the HF crowd with a declining sunspot cycle to DSTAR, we've had a lot of great suggestions and thoughts. And just want to see if there was anyone else who wished to express their opinion or some ideas. Let's take you now. Please key up.
NG4D.
NG4D, go ahead.
I'd like to mention one other thing. Being an HF operator, there's a lot of countries that I have not been able to contact. I have worked most of the world, but I just want to say that I think one thing that could be a real attraction to HF operators that have not worked certain parts of the world like I have, like Asia is one of my biggest challenges. I have made contacts to those regions, countries since being on DSTAR that I've never been able to do on HF. So to me, that's a real attraction for an HF operator to have a DSTAR radio. So just wanted to mention that, NG40.
Makes sense, since the beginnings of DSTAR were in Japan. Great idea. Stations, please key up now.
W6.
W6OSO, go ahead.
Well, this time staying on topic, I'm a member of a club in Riverside that has a lot of extremely old hams. Many of them are die-hard HFers. And you talk to them about DSTAR or any of the digital modes, and to them it's cheating because it connects to the internet. Sorry to say, that's the way it is. The internet is playing more and more of a crucial role in the amateur radio. And if you want to sit behind your HF with headphones on and hearing nothing but static, I guess that's your choice. But DSTAR, I think, is the best way to go. That's my contribution, W6OSO.
W6.
Yeah, you know, I've heard that, Mike, before, although not as often as before. Isn't that just an excuse, really? That's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, what Mike's talking about there is something I've seen. In fact, I took my portable hotspot was in the trunk of my car, and I went to a meeting here in Colorado Springs. You know, once a month, there's a group that gets together or got together. I'm not sure if they still do anymore, but yeah, I got that exact thing. You know, that's cheating. You know, well, is talking to a repeater on a mountaintop on 2 meters cheating? Because you know, the only difference really is that in one case the telco put a you know, an RF cellular site that I'm using for my data or whatever, and in the other case there's a ham radio you know, repeater on top of the hill. It's essentially the same beast. It's an RF repeater. You know, works a little bit differently. The technology is a little bit different, but you know, ultimately it's the same sort of thing. And yeah, you know, I can kind of understand the fascination with bouncing radio waves off the ionosphere, but you know, you think about it, we've built a web of fiber and copper around the world that you know, that extends to just about every corner of the planet, and to pretend that it's not there, you know, no, we got to do it the old-fashioned way. You know, we got to bounce them off the ionosphere rather than recognizing that there's ways to leverage this, you know, this massive, you know, endeavor undertaken by humankind to wire up the entire world. You know, I don't know, we're missing something there, and you know, and to go to the folks that are talking about folks that are you know, stuck in retirement homes or whatever. Yeah, I know a couple as well that if it weren't for DSTAR, well, heck, I'm not in a retirement home. You know, I'm in the situation though that if it hadn't been for DSTAR coming along, if I hadn't noticed it, I would have boxed up my radios and taken them to the swap meet and been done with ham radio, period, about 4 years ago, because of the HOA restrictions and stuff. There's a huge place for the hobby. There's a huge place for DSTAR, I should say, where the hobby can't otherwise get to. You know, let me change hands real quick. You know, here in Colorado Springs, you know, we're a middle-sized city. But, you know, if you go outside of the city limits of Colorado Springs, you have to go about 30 miles away, 30 miles east out into the plains before you get to an area where HOA restrictions aren't built into every deed on just about every piece of property out there that prevents or limits an antenna. I'm talking about areas where, pastures with cows and areas where, the people they don't want an antenna sticking up to ruin their rural view of Pikes Peak around here. So, if it weren't for the things that evolved like DSTAR, the ability to interconnect radio and the internet, in various different interesting configurations, it'd be really hard to do. And there's a place for it. There's a lot of people that can't do it any other way, and I think in the future there's going to be even more people that won't be able to do it any other way. Anyway, so yeah, I'm a fan if you can't tell.
Yep. And actually the analogy to, it's not, you're using the internet is the same as, when you see the point being that they're really not complaining about, you're going over the internet or it's not really, you're not transmitting on a radio. Well, not necessarily. It's the fact that you're not connecting or talking to a station by signal only in the end. Well, there's a whole bunch of modes in amateur radio that don't involve that, and that's really what there is. Plus, it's just an argument to avoid, they're just sourpuss. And, if that's what you're going to get from them, move on to the next guy. But thank you, Bob. Stations, please key up. All right, nothing seen or heard. Let me see if what else we've got here. I've got topics that would, this would be the wrong time to start them. And some of the stations that would have otherwise participated with it, I don't see them on the dashboards, but some of these guys go to bed pretty early. I'm sorry we couldn't get to those topics, but let me check to see if at this point, since we've been running now almost 4 hours, if there's anything further for the roundtable, and you know how I feel, as long as there's a station that wants to participate that has something that's relevant to DSTAR and wants to bring that forward, even if it's something that we should think about for next time, then we're open for business. But absent that, there's no reason to, prolong this unnecessarily. So, out of fairness, let's see if there's anything more that this roundtable needs to entertain. And we will. But we won't unless we hear from you. Stations, please key up.
NR5G.
NR5G. Lee, there you are. Go ahead.
Hi, Mike. Good evening to the net. Please don't throw tomatoes and apples and oranges and things at me. Don't want to stir up any trouble, but I had a friend who just purchased a DV4 Mini, and he discovered that it will work on DSTAR, DMR, Fusion, what have you. And his question come up to me to ask the net, will those modes like DMR, will they be capable of crossing over to the DSTAR network out of the box? I think I heard something many weeks ago that it wouldn't, but I'd like to get some clarification on that.
Fair enough. That actually was a discussion we had, I don't know, maybe a couple of Thursdays ago, where there was a debate over OpenSpot versus DV4 Mini and what's contained in the EMBE chip that would be required to transcode the digital modes one to the other. And it's a great question, and it's one that should be easily answered. It's just a matter of finding a station that will do that for us. Stations, please key up. K6FED. Go ahead.
Mike, I have to apologize, but I had moved off and then came back, and I heard him ask the question DSTAR right out of the box. So can you get him to repeat the question again, and then maybe I have an answer over?
Sure, and you're one of the guys that could answer this, so if you don't mind, in R5G, just restating it so one of the guys that has one of everything can give you an answer and help your friend out. In R5G, go ahead.
Okay, sure thing, Mike. Well, I have a friend here who's purchased a DB4 Mini. And all he was reading, he might not realize that he put in distribution and plans DSTAR. And the question came up, with all the codes he could explore in the unit, would he be able to go on the DMR side and cross over and come out on the DSTAR side, such as the D Plus network or the IRC DDB?
No, not with just the DB4 Mini alone. In order to, you can, right now I'm using a unit called a DB4 Home. And with the DB4 Home, I have a DB4 Mini that plugs into the back of it. And that allows me to cross over from the DSTAR side to the DMR side with a DSTAR radio. As far as, so he would actually have to have he'd have to have a radio for each mode. But the DB4 Mini does not, by itself, does not allow you to do the cross mode, over.
K6FED, thanks. And so in our 5G, I mean, actually the way you asked the question the second time implied that there may be an exterior route that can be taken by connecting on one mode and ending up being heard on DSTAR, but not because of the DB4 Mini. I don't think that's what you meant, so I didn't get in the middle of it, but the answer was no, not the DB4 Mini. It does not cross-connect between modes. It was not intended to do that. In our 5G, go ahead.
Okay, well, that poses one more question that I told the gang I would throw out here. The discussion did come up about the DB4 Home. That unit in itself, will it cross over from, say, DMR to the D Plus IRCD DDB network?
All right, stations who can help with that, DB4 homeowners, or if you know a lot about that radio, help us with an answer, please key up. K6FED, go ahead.
Yes. Now the DD4 Home will cross over, but it'll only do it. It'll cross over from DSTAR to the DMR side. Well, yeah, from the DSTAR to the DMR side right now, they haven't finished the firmware. Right now, what I normally do is if I want to talk to the guys on DMR, I use a ID51 to cross over to that side. But currently, they only have certain features turned on, and the only two that actually do the transcoding right now is the DSTAR to the DMR. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it did. You broke up a little bit, but I got the gist of the message. The fact that you can take a DSTAR radio, or I'm sorry, a D4 Home, I believe it is, DB4 Home. You can cross over into the DMR territory and that there's still some developing going on. So it looks like that capability is going to happen sometime between now and the near future. And there are a handful of people who are interested in seeing that happen. And it was my impression that it wasn't happening. And some guys had been reading some documentation on the DV4 home where it appears that it has a possibility. So, yeah, I think that's cleared it up for me, and I'll pass that information back to the people that are interested. Thank you very much for the information. Thank you, Mike. Back to Nat.
K6.
You're welcome. That's what we're here for. K6FED. Go ahead.
Yes, one more thing on the DV4 home. You can't just buy the DV4 home alone. You will have to have a DV4 mini installed, and that's what allows it to do the transcoding. The DV4 mini gives the DV4 home the RF capability. So, you know, if they're thinking about buying one, they do need to include the DV4 mini in the price of the DV4 home. Other than that, I'm working with the unit. I've had it for since September, and I'm enjoying it. You know, a few challenges, but this is ham radio, so it doesn't have to be right all the time. N6HKH, this is K6FED. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarification, Frank, because we didn't want to leave anybody believing that if they bought a DV4 home, that some point down the line, it by itself would be able to cross-connect or transcode between modes. That is not going to be the case. You'll need to have a DV4 mini in addition. So, got it. Now, down the line, is there going to be a device that does it all? Maybe. Is the MMDVM crowd, well, MMDVM provides that capability, but that's a whole different ballgame. All right, NR5G, thanks for the question. So, stations, if you've been sitting on something, if you felt fearful of keying up during a topic discussion that wasn't quite what your question related to, or if you had a thought or an issue or a topic you'd like to have brought up that you thought we perhaps foreclosed because of the discussion going on, well, now's the time to bring it up. If you're sitting on it, let's hear it, because it may be that we're getting close to the end of the roundtable, and if so, we'd hate to miss that great question. Of course, there's always another Thursday, but that's not the point. Stations, please key up.
VK5ZEA. Birthday boy number 2, checking back in.
Hey, stranger, VK5ZEA, gotcha, and also KCA-YQL. You know, you need to get a faster internet if that's how long it took you to do that download, Bill. Good gravy. Anyway, first, to VK5ZEA, Michael, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I've just changed radio. The battery on my little handheld radio is going flat, so I'm in the shack. I'll arrive home. So just gone, 20 past 5 on Friday. Hey, okay, question. I'm not really sure if it's been discussed. I've been listening on the last month or so. Haven't been much participation, but I've been busy at work. I've had the radio on. I've got an ICOM G2 system, which I'm running here, which is I'm talking through at the moment, VK5REX. 70 centimeters, and I'm using the G2 Link software to give me access to the extra reflectors. And I've shot off an email to Ramesh, who supplied me the G2 Link, about compatibility with that and the new ICOM G3 software. And I haven't had a reply back. And I was just wondering if the public system, any of the repeaters there, DSTAR repeaters have been changed to G3, and if they have, doing that, have lost connectivity with the extra reflectors, or if you use a combination of D plus and IRC D2B gateway. Maybe someone there can just enlighten me on that, possibly. Because one of the things I don't want to do is lose connectivity to
Michael. Well, we have absolutely nothing to do with the PAPA system, but out of fairness, we'll see if someone knows who's a member of PAPA if what the status is with Avigon G3, and if so, what happened to G2 Link. If there's a station that can help out with this answer for our friend Michael, please key up.
VK5Z.
W6KD, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, I don't think I got all of the question, but I got some of it. The G3 software, I believe, has been received, but they have to go up to the hill, to each hill to download it. And they're trying to find a way to do it remotely, and that's the last I heard of that. So we're still on G2. They're saying maybe another month and a half before they make the switch to G3. They did add the IRC DDB gateway software that the DSTAR steering committee talked about, almost a year ago maybe. That's been completed, so yes, each DSTAR repeater does have IRC DDB capabilities. Is that all the questions that are there, or is there more?
No, I think that was about it. So they're still G2, maybe going to go to G3, and they wouldn't know what they're going to do about G2 Link because they haven't installed G3. So I guess the wider question would be, why worry about just PAPA? For those that upgraded to G3 and prefer to keep G2 Link or its capabilities, were you able to do that, or what did you do? Stations, please key up. All right, no response. Actually, VK5ZEA, we had a couple of G3 administrators on that were discussing the G3 system, and IRCDDB was enabled, but it was a custom install using patches and some software provided by VK4TUX. It was not just a clean update to G3 and then where's G3 Link, for example. And we haven't heard the solution that you would like to have, keeping it same so as it operates G2, but upgrading to G3. That report I haven't heard from. And all the stations that we've had that have discussed G3 have done just as I described. They provided, IRCDD capability through software additions that were basically custom installed by Adrian. So we'll have to keep our eye on this. And I did make a call out earlier tonight for G3 administrators, operators, and didn't get a reply. So, of course, that could have been because we fooled everybody by starting 1 hour earlier at 7 p.m. from tonight and from now on out. And, tonight may have been, could have caused that to get damped down a bit. So, back to you, VK5ZEA, go ahead. VK5ZEA and 6HKH, did we lose you?
Yeah, sorry about that, Mike. I got a bit of a distraction here, so I missed a lot of that over. Just was shown a photo of a new niece, so I suppose that is a good enough distraction. My son has a new cousin, so that's good news. So, sorry, I missed a lot of that. There's a bit bedlam just rained here, so yeah. I'm not sure, but Australia and G3, I know Adrian has been doing some work with it. Nothing really has been done as far as rolling it out to Australian repeaters officially from ICOM Australia. But yeah, I want to, I'm sort of in two minds. I want to run my gateway on newer operating systems because the CentOS 5 is end of life, and I want to keep running the ICOM stuff because I've got so many registered users and lots of stuff. But yeah, I don't want to lose connectivity to the extra reflectors. So there you go. Okay, well, I'll have to go clear. I have to go and do the family thing now, apparently. So I'll say 7-3 for now, Mike, and back to you. In6HK, HVK538.
All right, Mike, I'll let you go. Just a quick answer to the core question. No, Papa has not done the upgrade. And, when you get a chance, maybe next Thursday, come back and ask that question again, because there's a lot to be discussed, and we might have at that time, especially if it's a little bit earlier, some of the stations that are involved in G3 can help you out on that. Thanks for being with us. And have fun with the family. KCAYQL. Go ahead.
Wow, how's that for breaking news? Live from 10,000 miles away from my brother that shares the same birthday with me. Happy addition with a little niece to the family there, Michael. I think you said it was a niece, I believe. So that's pretty cool. That was worth tuning in for just to hear that tonight. Not alone all the other cool discussions here. And yeah, so I was gonna turn you on to Adrian because he sent me some host files the other night, quite interesting, and I'm sure he would be able to come up with some patch workaround for the G3 stuff, because I know he mentioned it that he was working on some of that. And as far as Ramesh goes there, Michael, he's kind of stuck in his own world with Scott Lawson stuff on the D Extra. So I doubt if he's going to get excited about the G3 stuff in the very near future, unless G2 completely gets mismantled, and we've been looking for some other gateway stuff. So anyway, I forgot now, Michael, I even keyed up. Michael's sharing that little niece to the family. I wonder if she's going to be a ham. Well, she's got a ways to go, right? Anyway, kind of not really, well, it is DSTAR related because he talks on DSTAR. So, Mike, have you heard anything from my friend, W6KD? And the reason I asked about Gary is because I know he's there in Indigo, and I got one of my guys, speaking of Ramesh up in Canada, I got one of Ramesh's Canadians there camping in one of them big silver bullets, some old Airstream campers, and he's there in the desert. I think he said 300 campers are in the campground there in Indigo. And I said, Bob, I'm going to have to find out if Gary knows where you're at. And I told him, I said, you know what, come think of it, I haven't heard Gary forever. So anyway, without dragging out my question here, I want to let you guys get back to technical topics and don't bore you to death with the whereabouts of my friend Gary. I haven't heard him forever. Back to you, Mike, KCAYQL.
All right, Bill. Well, if you think of, if that was the question, Gary W6MAT is in bad health. He's been spending most of his time in hospitals and rehabilitation homes. He's authorized me to say that. And I have not talked to him in about 2 weeks, and I've been letting him call me. But anyway, he's due probably for a call from me this weekend. I will do that, and I'll be happy to let you know what his status is. But I know that where he's been housed, and that's a bad way to put it, the radios are just not verboten, but he has a setup waiting for him at his house if he can, stop getting into trouble health-wise and can get himself to the house. So that's about the best I can do for now. And I'm sure he'll appreciate you asking about him. All right, so here we are at 4 hours. Wow, time flies fast. We're looking for stations that didn't get a chance to squeeze in and have something that is new and different and unrelated to what we talked about before. Well, you know, if you want to be part of the roundtable, have something to ask, contribute, complain about, probably a good time to do it would be now, just in case we might close down shop fairly soon. Stations, please key up.
W6 O.
W6 OSO, go ahead.
Well, it's getting late. It's the almost the witching hour, and I wanted to congratulate you with your new time slot to break 4 hours. Your net was just absolutely fabulous tonight, and I look for better things down the road. That's it, W6 OSO.
All right, Mike, thanks for being a good friend of the net. Well, I mean, I'm glad we started at 7 p.m. I think we got off to a roaring start, even though not everyone had the word. And the start time is great and it takes time for the word to get out, for people to get used to it, and to garner participation from those that might find 8 o'clock a little bit too late, or, you know, like to listen a bit before they key up. But of course, the downside to it is that it gives us more time to talk before it gets to be midnight here, for example. And I realize it's after midnight some places, but when you're having a good time and learning things, I mean, every net I learn something new. You just don't pay attention at the time, but at some point you do, because at some point I've got to head down the hall, but I don't think about that until the net's over. So, stations, don't sit on the hands, or if you're a last-minute kind of guy, and we have those here with the Thursday night DSTAR roundtable, this would be a good time to stand up and key up if you so choose, because it might otherwise have to wait till next Thursday. So, stations, please key up. All right, last call. I believe the roundtable is probably due to close for lack of key ups. So, fair warning. Not that you have to key up, but you can. Please key up now. Well, hearing nothing, I'm going to call it quits for tonight and conclude this edition of the Thursday night DSTAR roundtable here on the constellation of X reflectors. I want to thank every station that participated, because, well, without your participation, there would be no roundtable. And certainly, my thanks goes out to those stations that support the roundtable. I don't do it by myself, and without their help and constant guidance and participation, there would be no roundtable. So we're going to be back here next Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. We're going to start every roundtable every Thursday at 7 p.m. Plan on being back there. The podcast of the roundtable is usually ready to roll by noon, certainly earlier than that, the following day, which is Thursday here, Pacific time in the U.S., and tomorrow being Friday, so figure Friday noon, however that works out for you, but certainly it's, Ming, KK6MYS, who takes care of the podcast, has it up by then. And the shout box will be cleaned up, that is copied, well, it's actually cut, and then pasted to the shout box history. So if there's something you'd like to take a look at, especially if you're listening to the podcast or a recorded version of this net, go to the shout box history, which is right above the general roundtable forum discussion section, and it'll be there, and we'll have a clean slate. The shout box is open 24/7. Now, keep in mind, this is not, for anything more than quick shouts and like a chat room. Certainly, you're welcome to post suggestions for topics, things you'd like to have discussed, questions you might like to have posted, anything more than that between now and the next roundtable. Just take a look upstairs a bit on the landing page for the Roundtable Forum Board to the current discussions folder, and there you'll find a place that people hopefully check out, just as they do the shout box, for discussions that are topical in nature and carry on, and things we want to say, because what's on the shout box after 20 posts, it rolls off, and well, it's just not made for an ongoing thread. But the current discussions folder is. Be sure to check that out. And at this point, I do need to go down the hall, and I'm going to do that right now, but I'll be back later, and be sure to come to, any of the constellation of X-Reflectors to talk DSTAR. I've said it before, and I can't say it enough. It's open 24/7. Well, don't come over here at 3 in the morning, but still, tired of where you're at? Nobody on your favorite reflector? What's being discussed there is the weather and horribly boring. Come on over to the X-Reflectors, spend a little time, and put them to use. Well, we already went over that. So I'm not going to belabor this anymore. Thank you, everyone. I so look forward to Thursdays. And we'll see you on DSTAR. Everyone have a great weekend in 6HKH. Good night.